so I can see. February can't chase the days away. Yeah, away. Why listen to what they say? Save yourself for another day. This one's coming, it's gone to the wind again. Yeah, again. Again. Just listen and make amends. You've been down for as long as you've ever been. This way's up, but you're down again. It's just like you to pull off what you thought you couldn't think today. The lost stranger, the wonder familiar face. Broken hearts made of pieces that shake. I've had one too many of them. So now we greet. Just like snow canceled, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow canceled, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow canceled, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge.
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right.
Freedom. Yourself, yeah. I have to be like the lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. But when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Let's go! We got a big day for the Democrats. We got some melting down happening with MAGA. The MAGA shitters are crying. Oh, boo! But I just wanna be free. Yeah, free. Dude, let's crack a 240! Fuck you, MAGA! Oh, find me the clip now to eat. I wanna be free! I wanna be free! Not me! Free, yeah, yeah, yeah! Woo! Free, yeah, yeah, yeah! Whoa! Hey, hey, yeah. Let's go! Yeah, no, it's the 240 is the Rockstar Punch. Dude, Marshall! Dance party! Let's go, baby! Excuse me. Hey, I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Woo! I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth, I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Hey. Let's go. All right. Dude, cheers to the 240, baby. The soundbite that I use in my videos that sounds like a scream. So there is like there's two that I use, right? The one I think you're thinking of, I'm pretty sure it's Sam Kinison, okay? I think it's like a short scream, but I think it is this one. I think it's Sam Kinison, right? Right? It's like a, hi, right? I think it's Sam Kinison. Dude, Elf, let's go. Here's for everyone who voted for Virginia. Yeah, so I use two. I use one that's like a really high pitched, like female sound. I mean, there's a couple Uggs, but I do, there is one I use that is a Sam Kinison sound. Right? Here, hold on. Let me see where it is. Hold on. I think it is this. You ready? Let me see here. Dude, how we doing, guys? We're starting with Cenk and Anna's Tucker defense. Here's their segment. Cenk freaks out at 12:40. Yeah, no, we'll fucking get into that. But hold on, let me see if I can find the one. We'll see. I don't know why I'm going on this mission. Dude, I don't even know where that shit is now. Bro, that's so weird. I don't know why it's not fucking... Yeah, I think it's Sam Kinison. I don't know why I can't find it. I fucking use it all the time, dude. But I'm pretty sure it's Sam Kinison, right? He was a comedian that was pretty popular in the 90s. Right? It's like there's a let me go to YouTube here. It's this. You ready? It's probably this one. Right? There's a short version of that, but I do use a Sam Kinison scream. Right? That's him. Was he 80s? All right, 80s. Dude, I remember he was just he was really funny, dude. He was really funny, boss. But there's one where he like does a double scream and I use the first half of it, like the short version. He had a real particular scream. All right. So, how we living? So, guys, you like Bobcat Goldthwait? Yeah, no, he was pretty funny too. Dude, Sam Kinison was funny, right? He was good. He was good, man. He was. Dude, Tuesday, Election Tuesday, was a big night, okay? It was a big night. We will, I feel like we should probably talk about Virginia first, okay? And then we'll go into that Tucker Carlson thing. Because Virginia was obviously the big night. Now, I'll be honest, I thought this thing was going to win by a lot more. All right, turnout was pretty low. I thought it was going to win by more. So, which is crazy, which means this, guys, Republicans like really pulled out all the stops. Okay, remember, they sent their big guns like Scott Presler, right? Good old Scotty P got sent out, you know, and so here it is. Here's the referendum. It won by 3 points, okay? Total reported 3 million voters showed up, all right? And you'll see the red counties were like, see, it's so crazy, dude. So you look at the red counties, like look at this red county, dude. This is a big red county, and it had like 11,000 votes, right? These are like 9,000 votes. This county has like 50,000, right? You go in here, dude, and it's like, it's just crazy how few people live in these red counties, man. You know what I'm saying? There's no people in those red counties. But yeah, they really turned out, right? They really turned out. And it's still lost, which is pretty wild. So they have to be looking pretty defeated. Now, guys, think about this, okay? Let's think about this for a moment. Think about the ramifications of this vote for November, okay? For the Republicans, because this is their party with no Donald Trump, okay? That's what this is. This is their party without Donald Trump, which is they don't have a party. I mean, think about this vote, guys. This vote is to take away all the voting representation of red voters in the state of Virginia. That's what this was. This referendum was like, you know what, guys? None of you red voters, none of your votes are going to count anymore in Congress in Virginia. Yes or no? And they didn't show up to vote, dude. The red voters were like, all right, yeah, thanks, smell you later. That's what this referendum was. I mean, I honestly think, guys, if there was a vote for Democrats, if there was a vote in a state where a state was like, we're going to remove all blue representation, the Democrats would fucking turn out, bro. They would turn out, boss. You know what I'm saying? That is what's wild. I mean, so total of 3 million votes. Let's see the Virginia presidential election in 2024. So in 2024, they turned out 4.6. All right. I mean, dude, that's actually like 3 million's a little bit bigger than I thought. But so 2.3 voted for Kamala. We had 1.5 voting yes, and 2 million voted for Trump, and we had 1.4. So, I mean, you know, is a little, it pretty much the same margin, guys. 51.8% of the vote she got, and 51.5. So that's crazy. It actually was, I don't know, I guess it was a little bit better turnout than I thought. 3 million compared to 4.3, right? Or 4.6, I guess, right? Yeah, or 4.3 and change, right? Wild. Okay. Still, it's pretty wild, okay? It's pretty wild that they're, you know, that they couldn't summon themselves to the polls for that they couldn't beat that, right? They couldn't beat it. But so anyway, you ready? Here's why I think this is obviously significant. I mean, you know, again, it cucks their Texas play, and now California and Virginia have combined, one on each coast, to diffuse Texas, right? If you look at the redistricting, like, let me just show you, the New York Times has a great map of showing you what's up. Okay, right here, this right here is the New York Times. They have a map here. Okay, let me find the map. Where was it? Hold on one sec. Let me pull out here and fucking go into my history. Because there's one with a map that shows you. Nope, that's not it. That's NPR. Today I visited. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay, so this was what I'm looking for. So here's the redistricting battle. Okay, right? So Texas starts it off with a +5, and California does a +5 to even it out. Now, they tried to do one in Utah. They tried to get Utah, and Utah backfired. Utah actually redistricted to give one to the Democrats. Like, dude, they totally fucked that up. Okay? So now they have one in Missouri. They have one in North Carolina. Virginia just pulled 4. Okay? Now they're going to try to do Florida, though I do think Florida, you have to vote. I think Florida has to vote. I don't know if they're going to have time, though. I mean, dude, we got to be, at this point, we shouldn't be able to redistrict the fucking elections in 6 months. Everyone's already declared their candidacy. Okay? This idea that you can still change this shit now, like, what are we doing? What are we even doing, dude? America's a fucking joke, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are a joke. You know, nobody should be changing their maps even right now. People have declared their candidacy. But so, guys, you know what this means in Virginia? It means 4 representatives in Virginia, 4 Republican representatives just lost their job. Okay? So right, they're gone. Now instead of 6 Democrat and 5 Republican, Virginia has 10 Democratic seats and 1 Republican. Dude, California has 0 Republican seats. Dude, right? Or what? What is California's new map? Hold on. California's new map is... What is it? Prop 50. All right. Dude, what is the California Prop 50? Dude, look at this, bro. Bro. Okay, look at this, dude. So California had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It had 9 or 8. Oh, yeah, that's a gerrymandered one. It had 8. And now there's fucking... No, it had 9, and now there's 4. Right? Dude, that's it. Bro. Right? It's crazy, dude. Like, that is so wild. Dude, look at these districts up here. Look at this one, bro. Dude, they fucked it up, bro. Oh, my God. It is so wild, boss. They, like, just fucking brutal. But, you know, Texas didn't need to start this, guys. Okay? Texas did not need to start this. Okay, Texas decided they're going to get, you know, and they were so blatant too. I mean, they blatantly were just trying to remove Jasmine Crockett. Okay, they were trying to, like, a personal attack on Jasmine Crockett, and they were gloating about it. Okay, they were gloating about it. And but, you know, I'm telling you, Republicans are just... They're not smart, guys. They're not smart. Okay? They're not. And they, I don't know, but so it's going to work out poorly. Now, here's another problem though, guys, is even with these redistricts, I think, like, you ready? Here's the problem though, that the Republicans are facing too, that they should have thought, but they didn't think. Is every one of these redistricts, like Texas here, where they changed it to 5 new Republican districts, they may lose a couple of these. Okay? These are not 5 safe. All of these districts are not safe because the Republicans are so unloved right now. Trump's approval rating is so low. The turnout is bad. The war, the gas, none of the legislation getting passed. So not only have they like gotten the Democrats to redistrict shit, but they've redistricted their stuff and thinned out their safe districts in order to add more seats at a time when those voters may not show up. Okay? And so, dude, some of these could end up going to the Democrats too, very well. And if they do it in Florida, maybe the same. So this whole thing was just a huge, huge miscalculation. Now, I'm going to say this, and hear me, okay? All leftists, centrists, liberals, whatever, socialists, communists, we do need to get our shit together, guys, because I'm telling you right now, okay? I am telling you right now that the presidency in the 2028 is going to be the most significant presidency ever in the 2000s because of the census that's going to happen in 2030. And whoever is president and whoever has Congress in 2030 is going to be able to affect the next 10 years of representation in the United States government. So 2028 is a do or fucking die. Like, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it is like fucking, you know what I'm saying? It could be, let me think of somebody I hate, dude, who's a Democrat, right? Like, you know what I mean? It could be fucking, who do I can't stand? Who's a Democrat that I just see their face and I cringe, dude? It could be anyone, right? It could be fucking, you know what I'm saying? It could be Kamala Harris's fucking gardener running for president in 2028. It could be Chuck Schumer. Yes, even if it was Chuck Schumer, who I fucking hate, if he was our presidential nominee in 2028, I would vote for that motherfucker. Dude, right? I mean, he is somebody that I just can't stand, bro. Dude, you know what I mean? But like, I will vote for whomever. I don't fucking care. It is going to be so important, dude. Yes, even Fetterman. Dude, I would vote for Fetterman if he was the fucking guy. Dude, you know what I mean? Dude, he would love to hear that. Dude, I don't think he's going to be around in 2028. Oh, guys, let's be honest. Dude, I don't think Schumer's going to be around. Hakeem Jeffries is still going to be around in 2028, but I think Schumer is gone. I think, dude, I would vote for Schumer's polyp for president in 2028 if he had a D next to his name. Dude, seriously, you could have a debate where on the stage there's JD Vance and the camera pans and it's just a polyp on a napkin on the white. And I'd be like, dude, if there's a D next to the polyp's name, bro, I fucking checking, dude, polyp, fucking whomever, 2020. Dude, seriously, like, I don't give a fuck who it is, bro. I am all in because that 2030 census, this is going to be big, dude. This is going to be a big one. It is really important, guys. It is really important. This census and how this census is handled is, you know, the apportionment that's going to come up in 2030 is going to be a fucking big deal, bro. It is. Okay. Now, dude, Swalwell would never make it, boss. So Swalwell, you can't really use him as an example because he would never win the primary. There's no chance, dude. Swalwell's done. Dude, Swalwell hopefully is going to be going and fucking getting some therapy and fucking figuring his shit out, figuring out how he can be a dude who can be married and have a family and not be a fucking rapey weirdo. Okay. He needs, I think, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, I think Swalwell has a serious drinking problem, guys. That's what I think. I think he's got a serious fucking drinking problem, dude. Swalwell? He does. I mean, you know, I've seen videos in the past of him when drunk, and I didn't really think much of it. But now that this shit's coming out, I think he's a hardcore alcoholic that like has, you know, that maybe if he can get sober, maybe he can fucking, you know, maybe he can figure that shit out. Yeah, well, so Redbone, Hakeem is not going to be out right now. Like Hakeem has aligned with Mamdani and AOC and like the New York coalition. There's a New York coalition going on. And so Hakeem is not going anywhere just for the time being. I don't know how long that's going to last, but I think he has aligned himself with the very powerful progressives. And so I think Hakeem is safe. And you know, he's starting to be, I don't know. I mean, he's still Hakeem. I mean, he's still like who he is, but he's not going anywhere. You know, he's not going anywhere, you know, for the time being, right? Anyone taking AIPAC money should not be trusted. I mean, I agree with that, but I think that, you know, like AIPAC money is not going to be all gone for a little while. We're moving in that direction, and I think it's going to become a possibility, but I don't know that it's going to be a possibility in the next 2 elections to be completely AIPAC free. Okay, right? It's, you know, I mean, it's fallen out of favor, and you're already seeing in the primaries, guys. You know what I'm saying? You don't want AOC to be a career politician. You respect her, but she's maybe going to be a 1 or 2 term senator at best. You're just saying, hey, man, I don't know what she's going to look like. But we're, you know, like, I don't know, man. It's like the times there are changing. But like, unfortunately, dude, yeah, I don't know what the answer is to all that, guys. It's, you know what I'm saying? Honestly, don't. Right now, I tell you what, though, guys, here's the thing, okay? And hear me out when I say this, because like, even among the people who take AIPAC money, okay, there are people that are like are rabidly like AIPAC and almost Israel first, like Christians in our government. There's a lot, okay? There are. And then there are people that are sort of on that borderline that took the AIPAC money to, you know, that they're not like anti-Israel, but they're also not like Israel's cheerleaders, but they took that AIPAC money to guarantee that they were going to win their election. Okay. So there's a lot of shades going on in the Democratic Party. Now, I personally think here's my issue. Okay. My issue is like, I want AIPAC money and I want the pro-Israel lobby like out of our government. I want all Christians out of our government, and I don't think I'm ever going to get that. But I would like to have all Christians, all Abrahamic religions out of our government, okay? That's what I want. Like, forget stopping at AIPAC money. I say get all of the Abrahamic religions out, period. But I know that that's like a pipe dream, okay? But so the thing is, the problem I have, guys, is that the Republicans have so much money that in certain instances, okay, like if you look at Michigan, the Michigan senator's race, right? Like, you either have to have somebody like 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆 who is winning all, like, just has this popular groundswell and is getting money from all over the country, right? Like an AOC and 𝗙cie𝗶𝗆 to Bernie Sanders, or you're going to have some type of corporate PAC money to compete against the Republican. So what I think we need to do is we do have to get the PAC money out. right? Like the way to get rid of AIPAC is to get rid of all the PAC money, okay? Because if we got rid of all of, like, if we stopped using super PAC money, the Republicans would like win every election, okay? If we got rid of all of it, we could get it out of our primaries, you know, and then we'd have more fair primaries. And I'm really disappointed that we're not doing that. But yeah, dude, we got to figure something out because it's got to go. And now is the time, like, I think now more than ever, you know, now is the time to remove it. You know what I'm saying? To remove it, like PAC money, especially AIPAC money. It's just like, you know, trying to be, I don't know, I'm trying to balance like my desire to get things done fast with wanting to remain sensible so we don't fucking get bowled over, okay? Because you ready for this? You know, Democrats taking AIPAC money, even the AIPAC-funded Democrats are better than a Republican holding their seat, okay? Because the Republicans are like AIPAC money and Israel first policy and start a war so that we can have a rapture and take away the civil rights and to overturn abortion and gay rights. You know what I mean? So like 𝗙𝗪𝗏, you know, she's AIPAC funded and she is fucking crypto funded, but I'd rather have her than a Republican in that fucking seat, right? And so that's where like I want all AIPAC money out of the Democratic election process unless it means that seat's going to go to the Republican. Then I would rather have an AIPAC Democrat for now. But that is also under the guise that once they get back in power, they actually try to do something about campaign finance. And if they don't, if they get back in power and they don't do something about campaign finance, then we have to think about like another type of revolution, guys. And I'm being very serious about this. If we give them the House and the Senate and the presidency and they don't do something like expanding the court and really do some fucking long-lasting change, if they don't do it, then we need to like revolt, okay? I'm serious, okay? We need to seriously consider a revolt at that point. It's like they've had a warning shot of like, you guys are getting one more chance to not fuck this up, you know? It's kind of how I see it, right? I'm not, if we give them power again and they don't do shit, you're not going to see me in 2032 being like, oh, give the Dems another chance. I'm going to be like fucking Hassan Piker out there, okay? Ready to burn this shit down. You know what I mean? I'm serious. Dude, I am fucking serious. Like, you know, if we haven't done something by 2032, I'm going to be their worst enemy, boss. I shit you not. Because I'm defended a lot of shit here, expecting to see some actual results. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So we'll see. Dude, the violent left. Dude, there's not even a violent left. You know? Let's go, baby. But yeah, so let's just look at some of the reaction, shall we? Can we, before we go into Cenk and Tucker land, can we look at some of the reaction? Oh, I saw somebody mention about the dance party goal. Let's get it going. Let's get it rolling. Dude, we're going to get it in here. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. There it is. Dance party goal. So, guys, dude, the reaction of this, we got to start with Tim Pool, okay? Because Tim Pool his was my favorite, guys, okay? Tim Pool, Pim Tool's reaction. Look at this, dude. Dude. Oh, look at this. This one is great because, dude, stop the stupidity. Let's go. Oh, this one is great, dude. Democrats have just voted to end democracy under the guise that other states do it too. Agreed, you're all fascists. Dude, he's like, dude, you're all fascists. I mean, think about this, guys. This is Tim Pool, who is like blackpilling now that, you know, he lost his audience because of that Russian money when people found out he was a fraud. And now he like is politically homeless. So he's like, you know, the Democrats are bad and like you're all fascists. Dude, I saw that and it just made me so happy, dude. What a knob. I'm serious, dude. He is such a knob. Dude, Ella, Pine Box Dance Party, LFG, let's go! Elf, dance along with Tommy, yes! Dude, dance along, dude. Steph sells stuff by the seashore. Let's go! Oh! Dude, Timmy. Isn't he crazy? Dude, it's so funny, dude. Dude! Oh, way to go, Virginia. Look at this. Dude! Oh, look at this. Oh, dude, look at Abigail Spanberger. They got her in a little fucking outfit. Dude, who even is this, bro? Like, who is this guy? Dude, you know what I mean? I don't even know who this is, right? We have Abby Spanberger here looking good in her communist outfit. But like, who is this dude? Dude, did he just pick some random dude to put on there? Do we even have an identification on this guy? I mean, he looks kind of familiar. Is that the Politburo? Right? Dude, who is this guy? Dude, let's go wild card. If you steal Tim Pool's beanie, he grants you a wish. Oh, let's go. Dude, Jen W. Let's go. Oh, thank you, Jen W. Dude, it's so funny. Like, I have no idea who that guy even is, right? He looks like, right? Rather have my dog lick my feet than Tim? Yes. Yes, dude. Oh, that is great, though. Right? You dipshits have a trifecta. Pass a law to ban gerrymandering. Otherwise, the Virginia SSR state. Dude. Oh, shit. But look at this. Let's see Tim Pool, though, when the Republicans did it. You ready? You ready? Let's watch Timmy, though. Here, watch this.
Texas House has approved redistricting. So it proves that all of that hubbub from the Democrats was absolutely pointless for no reason at all. Bed Bath & Beyond is going to be back, but they're not coming back to California, so we'll talk about that. Cracker Barrel has decided that they're going to do a whole bunch of redecorating, and the internet has said, thanks, I hate it. And the DHS has decided that they're going to redecorate the...
Redecorate?
You're supposed to talk.
Let's see Tim talk about this.
If she
It's this... turning to brick and mortar shops with its first.
Oh, Tim's not even on here.
Nazis and those folks were like,
All right, dude, I don't know why they posted that clip. I thought it was going to be a clip of Tim, but it's not. It's like a full stream. But, dude, let's see, though, Tim. Let's see what Tim said about Texas. Yeah, I don't know what the Bed Bath & Beyond is. That guy, I don't think he spends a lot of time in Bed Bath & Beyond. But let's see. All right, you ready? Let's see what Texas redistricting. See Texas map. All right. I mean, he posted it, but he's not on there. All right. He's fucking staying out of the fucking out of the realm there. But so yeah, dude, he's broken up. Okay. And what does he say? He says Democrats in Virginia are voting to strip democracy from the process, eliminating Republican voices from Congress. They are fascist and unrepentant. He says the actions of Texas or any other state are immaterial to the concept of democracy in Virginia. But you'll notice Tim Pool has not said anything about Texas stripping the fucking voices of democracy and all that shit, right? Because he's a fucking clown, bro. Okay? He is a clown, dude. Where's the Beanie Man? Dude, the Beanie Man is beanieing, dude. He is our favorite beanie baby. Dude, dance for Virginia. Let's go, Redbone. Dude, Beanie Baby. Dude, what a clown. And no, Virginia voted for the new maps. So Virginia's redistricting. But let's look at it. Okay, let's go look at Virginia. All right, and we'll see because, dude, the coping, oh my God, the coping today was amazing. Look at this shit, okay? Says Virginia voters, Abigail Spanberger says Virginia voters have spoken. Tonight they push back against a president who claims he is entitled to more Republican seats in Congress. As we watch other states go along with those demands without voter input, Virginians refuse to let that stand. We responded the right way at the ballot box. Now, guys, this is another thing. Every Democratic state that has done this, okay, has voted on it. Okay, they voted. The Republican states that have done it have not voted. They are merely, the government is doing it without consulting the voters. So if you want to look at who's fascist, okay, you can look right away at who is fucking fascist by whether their voters voted or not. Dude, Elf, let's go. I wonder if Tim's beanie can be used as a douche or a diaper. It probably functions as both. Okay, so then look at that. Laura Ingraham says you're a fraud and you campaigned against what you did tonight only for power. Virginia is gone. Dude. Oh, again. Dude, Laura loved it when it was in Texas. Catch the dance party and replay. Good night, everyone. You rock, Tommy. Thank you, KD. Let's go. Let's go. We're killing it, guys. We're a third of the way there. All right. So what do we have, dude? So look at this, dude. They were doing, did you see this? This is one of my favorite things, guys, is earlier tonight, everyone was posting, like when it first got counted, it was 36% of the votes being counted. And so what ended up happening was all of those counties with like 3,000 votes that it took them just minutes to count, the no was winning by 10 points in the beginning. And everybody was posting this. Trump beat Obama. Nick Sortor was like, the resolution is losing. Everyone was like pumping on this. And then as soon as they counted the blue areas, they knew it was losing. But they all did this, dude. Nick Sortor did the same thing, dude. He had a great, I was watching him cope, okay? Dude, he was doing the same shit, dude. There he is. Loser, where was it? Right here. Just in, Democrats are stunned as voter turnout in rural counties is outperforming turnout for the presidential election. With 43%, no is ahead by 10 points. Dude, Petrozzi, I'm at lunch, but I'll watch you dance on replay. Love your show, boss. Thank you, Petrozzi. Dude, hope you're having a good lunch, boss. Let's go, brother. Thank you. Oh. Dude, isn't that crazy?
Results pouring in real time from Virginia. The pivotal vote could give Democrats an edge in the midterms, right? This is about a redistricting effort. It is a dramatic one, and still early. But look at these numbers here. You can see about...
Dude, what is with this clip, bro?
Virginia, the pivotal vote could give...
Dude, what the fuck is this clip, bro? In the pivotal... Dude, I can't listen to that shit. Look at that. He says, of course. But see, guys, you realize that the fundamental thing behind their like little game saying the Democrats win is because they're always ahead in the beginning because those little red counties with like 5,000 people count first. And so they're always ahead. When like 40% of the vote is counted, the Republicans are always ahead because counting, you know, 1 million votes takes longer than counting 5,000. And so that it's so crazy that their entire like narrative of the Democrats cheating at the end is simply based on the fact that everywhere the Republican voters live, nobody lives there because it sucks to fucking live there. Rural America sucks, okay? Rural America sucks, bro. It does. It sucks. I've lived there. It sucks, dude. It's fucking terrible. You know what I mean? I mean, dude. And they act like it's like better. And it's like, no, it's not. The rates of domestic abuse and alcoholism and child abuse in rural America are insane, bro. There's like, it is like so depressed. The people that live out there are like, they have so many struggles with depression and substance abuse and violence, and they have no help. There's nowhere, there's not even places to get therapy for a lot of those people. Like nothing. They have no services, man. They're out there traumatized and just fucking, you know, depressed with no fucking help, dude. Brutal. Brutal, dude. Just brutal. All right. So they're pretty fucked up about this. Okay, look at Laurel Loomer, right? Democrats are stealing Virginia compliments of Barack Hussein. Virginia is about to become uninhabitable, guys. Dude, oh shit. Uninhabitable. All right. Now, again, dude, I like, there are still good people that live out in rural America, and they're, you know, but I'm just saying the experience of living out there where you don't have any services is hard, guys. Okay? It's hard. In the city, you know, we have shit that's open till 3 a.m. We have shit that's open 24 hours. We have plenty of hospitals. We have plenty of doctor's offices. We have yoga and Pilates and gyms and fucking, you know, you can go get acupuncture, right? There, we have access to so much shit. And there's a lot of people in rural America that they have to drive like 3 hours to go to a hospital. I shit you not. Or they have to drive 2 hours to go to to even see a doctor. Okay, when I was a kid, we lived in a small town. We had to drive an hour and a half to go to Kmart. Okay? Kmart. It was like we would take a day to go to Kmart, and it was like a huge thing to go to fucking Kmart because all we had in our town was like a tiny little, it was basically like a drugstore. That was the only thing we had in town, and like a tiny shopping market. Like if you wanted to go school shopping to buy clothes for the kids for school, you had to drive 90 minutes to go to Beloit, to go to a Kmart, right? And I mean, dude, it was crazy, right? We went to Beloit. Yeah, Kate, we lived in Elkhorn and we had to drive to Beloit to go to Kmart. That was crazy. Oh shit. It was a huge thing too. Dude, it was huge. You know, and so I just think that, like, I think living like that is hard, guys. It's like hard when that's your reality. You know, I mean, and that's why I think a lot of those people feel all alone, because they live in a world where they are kind of all alone. Okay, like for them, rugged individualism is like forced upon them, you know what I mean? And so it's like pretty crazy. But look at Michael Knowles. Congratulations, Virginia. You just disenfranchised virtually every Republican at the congressional level. Democracy. Now let's see though, Mr. Michael Knowles, let's see what he said about Texas, right? Right? See, it looks like he didn't even comment about Texas. Like, isn't that selective, huh? You know, which is like maybe he thought Texas was doing the wrong thing, but he wouldn't speak up about it because he's too much of a cuck, right? Or he's totally fine with it and he didn't want to speak up about it because he knew he had to fucking, right? He knew he was going to need to attack the Democrats later. Dude, what clownery, boss. Jesus. You know, every rural route in Pennsylvania is a grocery island with a Dollar General. Yeah. No, yeah, they don't have access to a lot of shit. Okay. Look at that, dude. Laura Ingraham said, adios, Virginia, the new California. And this guy is from Minnesota. He is like an anti-Tim Walz guy. He says 51% of the voters decided this map in Virginia. Thanks, Indiana GOP. They're all mad at Indiana because Indiana wouldn't redistrict, right? Dude, let's go. Oh, shit, dude. I love the new map, dude. I love the blue. Dude, again, I'm like, fuck these guys, okay? Being Mr. Nice Guy. I did not. I blame you for your insomnia. All right, LFG, let's go, Marisol. Thank you, boss. Dude, no more Mr. Nice Guy for these fucking assholes, okay? I'm serious. Dude, I'm serious. When it comes to these Republicans, no more Mr. Nice Guy for these motherfuckers, okay? I am just done with them. I am, dude, because they have shown us, okay? They have shown us with the shit they're getting behind with Trump, where like they cry about gas prices, Trump starts a war, they cried about war, they are now warring gas prices, they've let go of the Epstein files, they don't give a shit about shit. They just want to cram their fucking religion down our throats. That's all they want to do, guys. It has never been more obvious that all they want to do is attack us with the culture war. Like, I used to think the culture war was like their distraction, but now I realize, no, that's really their whole war, is they don't care if it's expensive and they don't care if it sucks. They don't care if the whole world is shitty as long as they're allowed to attack everybody that is like different than them. Like they want to have power to like arrest or harass or bully you at will with no consequences. And they don't give a shit about any of the shit they say they do. And so fuck them, bro. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Like 0 Republican seats, 0 Republican power. Like screw you, right? Arrest them. Dude, arrest them all the crooks. Let's go. Oh shit, dude. Right? Dude, look at this, dude. Did Virginia vote yes on the redistricting bill? Look at Grok, dude. Grok said no. Virginia voters rejected the redistricting amendment. Dude. Like, dude, Grok is so dumb, dude. Look at this. Dude, Grok is like, dude, Elon's AI, the smartest AI out there, dude. Oh, the people of nothing. So GD sick of them. Yes, Eli. Hold on, we need a scratch break. Dude, Grok can't get anything right, man. You know what I'm saying? This AI is like, thank God Grok is like handling missiles and shit in the government, right? So it can't even get the goddamn election right. But it's like, no wonder grade schools are getting hit by missiles with this fucking AI running it, dude. I'm serious. Like, is there any surprise that the missiles are hitting schools instead of military targets? Because this AI can't even figure out the fucking election, bro. Like, what the hell, dude? Indiana is stupidly trying to be too much like Illinois. At least Wisconsin knows that Chicago doesn't control their state. Let's go! Dude, let's go, dude! Thank you, Elf. At least Wisconsin knows that Chicago What does Wisconsin and Chicago have to do? You mean Wisconsin knows that Madison doesn't control their state? Or, dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. I'm confused about the Wisconsin and Chicago part. Dude, Grok is fucking outrageous, boss. You know, dude, in Indiana. All right, dude, let's go. 9 minutes, 14 away. We got this. Oh, shit, dude. Dude, look at this, Grok. You are shit. Dude, this is not correct, Grok. There are no final results. Imbecile. Dude, Musk spent $5 billion on this. Dude, I love that. Dude, I'm liking that one. Musk spent $5 billion on this, bro. Oh, shit. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Oh, my God, dude. Isn't that crazy? Hold on. More Virginia reaction. This is fucking so satisfying, dude. So satisfying, right? All right. So again, dude, now they're like, Florida has a chance to redistrict 1 week from tonight. All right. So Florida's going to try it. And, right, dude, and this woman's Jennifer Jenkins, she is running against Randy Fine. And, like, that could be against Dan Bilzerian. Like, there's chaos going on in that district. That could potentially be a flip. Okay. Libs of TikTok said Democrats won Virginia in 2024 by just 5 points. They will now control almost every district. The new map will give Republicans just 1 seat, while Democrats get 10. Democrats can't win without cheating. Oh, Libs of TikTok. Oh, you're so upset. Hiya. This is democracy or something. Dude, LFG, Ella, let's go. All right, I want to take a bet here, guys. I'm going to bet that of the 574 comments, one of the comments here is going to be a picture of Haya beaming with the Epstein files binder. Okay? I mean, I can't comment, but let's see how far we have to go, right? And they're doing that. Where's the one with her and the Epstein files binder? Come on. I know you got to be in here. Somebody post one. Please give me the Haya and the Epstein files binder. Oh my God, dude, nobody did it. Dude, there's no way. Oh, dude, that's my favorite picture, right? They always, like, somebody always Epstein files binders her, dude. Oh, I'm bummed, bro. Oh, dude, there's no way. And I can't do it because I'm blocked. Dude, because normally you got to have this, dude. And you ready? Here we go. Right? You need this photo in, right? Dude, this photo needs to be in the replies of every one of her complaints, boss. Dude, the right hates democracy. Let's go, dude. Stop stupidity. You just changed your profile picture, dude. I like it. Oh, shit. Dude, I'm a little upset, though, that nobody fucking Epstein filed her, right? That is my favorite photo, dude. Look at that. What happened? What happened, guys? What happened to the big Epstein, right? Remember how important Epstein was to these guys? And now, alas, they're just over it, guys. It's just no longer important to them. Dude, I think I missed one, dude. Dude, DB Golding, Tuck Frump. Let's go. Thank you, DB Golding. Dude, Elf says Chicago basically controls the Midwest mindset. Wisconsin has Milwaukee and Madison. They don't care about Chicago anymore. Oh, I get it. No, I see what you're saying now, dude. You've been there for 30 plus years. Yes, I got you. Because you're right. Like Wisconsin does have Milwaukee and Madison, and so they have their own like epicenters, right? I see. They have their own like centers of like liberal thought and whatnot. Chicago, though, is still like it's still like the big, I don't know, it's like the pack leader, right? But can I just tell you though, guys, Wisconsin's gonna have new maps too. and they're not going to have new maps in time for 2026. But Wisconsin has been horribly gerrymandered, guys. If you look at, you ready for this? Look at this shit. Okay, if you look at Wisconsin's congressional districts, right? Okay. Oh, those are the yeah. So there's 8 districts. Okay. There's 1, 2, 3, right? 4 in Milwaukee, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, but if you look at Wisconsin, right? Look at Wisconsin right now. Okay, there's 8 districts. Okay, but it is. Hold on. So Wisconsin is like 52-48 blue, okay? Their senators are blue. Their governor is blue. Their statewide offices are blue, right? But look at the fucking U.S. representatives of Wisconsin right now, okay? Wisconsin has 8 seats, okay? And look at this shit, right? There's 1 blue, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? There's 2 blue, 6 red, okay? So of their 8 seats, only 2 of them are Democrats, even though the state is like 52-48. They do have 1 of each senator, right? If you look at their senators, there's 1 blue senator, 1 red senator, right? But he was like, you know, like elected in the middle of Joe Biden's term, Ron Johnson, all right? But their governor is blue, and the state is definitely more blue than red. But so Wisconsin's going to have new maps as well that are probably going to be either like 4-4 or 5-3. And that's why, you know, the Supreme Court battle there was so crazy, because they had gerrymandered the shit out of Wisconsin. And now that's going to change too. So this is going to get worse for the Republicans. Now, we do have a big problem with the Democrats of what's going to happen if they cancel the voter rights amendment. Dude, let's go. Dude, nerdy black woman. I too am missing out on sleep because the community is just too damn smart and funny. Never change. I will not change. Dude, Elf coming in, dance. Guys, we have a minute left. Oh my God, I fucking lost track, dude. We need 7 in a minute and a half. We need 6. Let's go. Stop stupidity. We're 6 away. Dude, I lost focus. All right, 1 minute. 6 away. Let's go. Let's secure the dance party. Holy shit. But yeah, so that the voter rights thing, though, that's what they're trying to cuck right now. They're trying to gut the Voter Rights Act. Dude, Ella, let's go. 5 away, guys. 50 seconds. 5 away. Here we go. 4 away. Let's go, Steph. 3 away. Stop stupidity coming in hot. Oh, shit. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Down to the final 3. 30 seconds. Here it is. Cheers. Oh, shit. 1 away. Let's go. Stop stupidity. Dude, the watch bar. Let's go, Jake. Thank you, boss. Final 1, boss. Dun, 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 dun. There it is. Goal. Oh, there it is. Let's go, dude. Red bone. Them's doing it the right way. No cheating. Dude, hiya. All right. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Thank you, Hiya. Oh, shit. So, yeah, they are coping. Okay? They are fucking coping, guys. The cope is real. Dude, let's get the nuke codes changed. Yes, Elf. I'm down with changing it. I'm down with taking away the nukes. Right? Dude, look at this. See, I actually posted about this guy because that Charles Downs, that is Laura Loomer's like partner in her Loomer media company. But look at him, dude. Look at Charles Downs, okay? Because when it's Virginia, he says, I just voted against Barack Hussein Obama's scheme to rig the midterm elections. Obama has flooded Virginia with nonstop ads falsely claiming Trump will rig the midterms unless his amendment passes. If Obama and the Democrats succeed today, nearly every congressional district in Virginia will be handed to a Democrat. Who wants an entire state run by House Democrats? Absolutely no one. But look at Charles Downs when it was Texas. As predicted, Jasmine Crockett is not taking the new Texas redistricting maps well. Lucky for her, she'll soon be able to focus full-time on being a social media influencer, which those close to her claim is her true dream job. So not only did he not have an issue with Texas, but he liked to personally slam the people who were losing their jobs in Texas and giving an aha, right? Like, oh, that's interesting, Charles. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, dude, he's a little crybaby. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh, Virginia. Oh, thou hast forsaken me. Dude, it's so satisfying. It is. Look at this, dude. Oh, but then look at it. You ready? He says, despite constantly hearing about how much cash Republicans have, Democrats are set to pass their map by a narrow 3 points, but they outspent Republicans by more than double. All right, a 3 to 4 point race outspent by double. Why are we spending so much in useless places or hoarding donations when we could have saved 4 seats in one state? Dude, the money didn't matter. You could have spent all the money in the world. You weren't going to win that. Right? You know what I'm saying? Right? And Dether, have I looked more in depth at all the groups and PACs? No, I haven't, dude. Dude, I'll be honest with you, Dether, chasing that shit around, I don't spend a lot of time doing that. You know, for me, my first priority is not having Republicans win, okay? Right now, through the Trump years and getting into the 2030 census. And so I'm not chasing down every fucking dollar that comes through the Democratic Party. I just don't care about that shit, right? I realize that until you get rid of PAC money entirely, all you can do is try to stem the flow. But I'm not putting the cart before the horse, okay? Because right now I'm just worried about keeping these technocratic fascists out of the government, right? And winning, making sure we get to control the 2030 census. But I'm sure you could probably go in there and just go for days. Because you're never going to be able to get rid of that money unless you get rid of PAC money. You know what I'm saying? Right? What's the difference between red and blue if they're financed by the same people? Well, there's a big difference, boss. And if you have to ask that question, I think you're being disingenuous because first off, they're not all financed by the same people, okay? Not every Democrat is taking AIPAC money. You know what I'm saying? And there's a human rights issue. If you're transgender, the difference is if the Republicans win, you're going to lose your ID. You're going to lose your fucking health care, and you're probably going to have a much better chance of dying. So yeah, I don't fucking care where the Democrat gets their goddamn money if it keeps the trans people alive for right now, you know? And I don't have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a huge fucking difference. And I'm not going to obsess about AIPAC to the point of we end up with all Republicans fucking, taking away all our rights. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that is my take on it. The AIPAC is not my number one issue, guys. Okay? It is not. It is not. Because I said, Alyssa Slotkin took AIPAC money, but I'd rather have her have that seat than a Republican. Okay? Now, we got to get rid of the PAC money. You know what I'm saying? We do. And I don't mind that we're making AIPAC like, you know, a dirty word, and the tide is changing around that. And there's more and more people getting into government every day that are ready to turn this shit. But like, I think like just focusing on AIPAC being the only nail you see, I think that's a waste of fucking time. And the people that are doing that are going to end up in a fascist Republican government if they don't fucking stop. Okay? Because that's not the number one issue. You know, it's not. The number one issue is like making sure we have at least a government that is protecting all of our basic civil rights. And then when we have that, we can start pressuring on some of that other shit, like getting rid of PAC money in general. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, as far as, you know, what's the difference? Yeah, the Democrats didn't invade Iran. They're not taking away transgender people's rights. They're not like removing taxes to the point of where there's not even basic social services. They're not gutting Medicaid. They're not gutting SNAP. They're not, you know what I'm saying? Right? It's like, so that's my take. Now, that doesn't mean I'm like, oh, I like AIPAC money, because I do not, okay? I do not fucking like that shit is toxic. But you know, the thing that's really hard about this though, guys, and you know, I don't mean to be like foreboding here, but like the thing that like fucking like bothers me personally about America and AIPAC, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude. Yeah, I'm stupid. All right, that's good. You're gone. Thank you. Thanks for coming out, boss. Right? That person's like, oh, you're worried about less than 1% of the population. Yeah, I am. It like makes me, I want everybody to have rights. Sorry, you know, but here's the thing. You ready? So my thing is this, is that trans rights, basic social services, Medicare, Medicaid, right? Like anything that helps human beings, okay? Right? Our tax structure, right? Clean energy. I mean, there's a list of things. You know what I'm saying? There's a list of things. But anyway, so what I was going to say, you ready? Here's what I was going to say. I feel like we're always going to have some type of Israel problem because we have so many Christians in government, okay? So I honestly think, guys, that we're not going to get rid of AIPAC unless we get rid of all super PAC money, because there's just too many fucking Christians, bro. And like, there's always going to be some Christians that are going to take that Israel money because they think it's going to get them the rapture. So that's why I think we got to cut it all off, because otherwise I don't think you're ever going to just get rid of like AIPAC, because there are too many fucking Christians in America, you know? And like, that bothers me. That bothers me. But you ready? I just don't want anybody religious in government, you know? Dude, yeah, I know. You know what's funny, Taylor, right? That person, when they say 1% of the population, like it's meaningless. But 1% of the American population is like 3.4 million people. So yes, I am concerned if 3.4 million Americans lose their rights. Okay? That concerns me. Dude, it does. Dude, yes. If 3 million people in America are losing their rights, I am very bothered by that. Dude, David Whiteacre, let's go, dude. What up, Tommy and Punks? Missed y'all. Back from a road trip. Is the Iran war over? Anyone in a pine box? I hear Trump is claiming ear cartilage grows back. LMAO, make it make sense. Dude, it'll never make sense. But let's go, David. Thank you, David Whiteacre. But yeah, no, Megyn, I hope that answers your question. But I will say this. You ready? I think like, even if there's a Zionist Democrat, okay, you ready? And hear me out on this, all right? Because I want to put the Zionism in perspective. A Zionist, the most Zionist Democrat is still less of a Zionist than the least Zionist Republican, okay? Because remember, Zionism is not a light switch, okay? So there are going to be some people who are Zionists, but like don't really want to send money to fucking Israel, and they're okay with that, right? And then there are people that are going to be Zionists where they don't even care what happens to America. They'll put us in a 1,000-year war, right? You know what I'm saying? So if you look at the spectrum, the most Zionist, Democrats like Chuck Schumer overlap with like the least Zionist Republicans. So I think maybe just getting rid of like Chuck Schumer would be like, all right, like we have to prune the Zionism like you're pruning a tree, okay? Where you pluck off like the biggest, the biggest parcels. But we do have to remember that there is a spectrum, that there still is harm reduction is still a part of this thing, which means that having a Zionist Democrat in office is still going to be better than if we say, well, we're not voting for that person, and then there's a Zionist Republican, because the Zionist Republican will like go to war for Israel. They will literally do whatever Israel wants. And I think the Zionist Democrats are not as fucking like militant about it. Okay. And they're especially now realizing that like, whoa, they have to be careful because more people are like picking them off in the primaries and shit. Okay. So I think like it's going to be a process, but there is a harm reduction. Okay. There is a harm reduction thing. I just think this though, guys, that like what's hard is that, the right wingers want us to be fighting about this stuff. Like they want us to focus on this, they do. And so I don't know, man. I think I'd like to just focus more on the census, the reapportionment, getting civil rights back on track, and then trying to get all PAC money out of elections. And then we don't, because guys, even if we get rid of AIPAC, that doesn't change the crypto lobby, the AI lobby. You know what I'm saying? The fucking healthcare lobby. I mean, and all of those other lobbies are like just as bad, if not worse. Okay. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We literally don't send that much money to Israel every year. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we definitely, going to war for them is fucked up. But like, dude, there's like, if we get rid of AIPAC tomorrow, that's not going to materially change the destruction in fucking America, right? That just means the defense and the healthcare and the crypto and the pharmaceutical will all come to the fucking top, right? Dude, the Dem Zionists will be sneakier about giving money to Israel. Yeah, I mean, I just, even with the money we give to Israel, like it, the biggest year we ever gave them was like $20 billion, which is like, that's not much. That's like a tiny percentage of our shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, I know that there's a lot more entanglement, I feel like, with our corporations and like, I don't know. I mean, I know there's gotta be something else going on, because we don't give them that much money, but it seems like there's there's like much more of an entanglement, billions is a lot. I mean, it is, but it isn't. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we like, You know, 20 billion is free childcare for the entire country. Not even close, dude. Like, no, 20 billion would not pay for free childcare for the entire country. No, it wouldn't, dude. I mean, it doesn't mean we don't need that 20 billion, but like 20 billion is not paying for free childcare for the entire country, right? Yeah, it is like there's a, for me, guys, it's like, it's more about for me, it's like less about the money and more about just the religious influence in general. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because again, the thing that's really hard that nobody seems to want to hear is it really what has been going on, okay, guys, with the United States, and I'm going to say this and then I'm going to move on because this is a quagmire. Arguing about Israel is a quagmire. But again, you know what I'm saying, is like the thing about this, guys, is the religion, okay? It's the religion, okay? Israel does shit in the Middle East because America wants Israel to go to war with all of the Middle East. Because America really would like to control the whole Middle East and have all that oil to themselves. But they can't just go in and attack Saudi Arabia, and they normally wouldn't go in and just attack Iran. So they pay Israel to go and attack everybody. And that's what's been going on for 70 fucking years, is we have been paying Israel like mercenaries to go and attack and destabilize that region for us, okay? It's never been about Israel, guys. It's always been about us. And that's the thing that is so fucked up, is it is us. The U.S. is the problem, has been the problem, and Israel is just our little paid thug in the Middle East, okay? And then sometimes they do too much. Like, remember Joe Pesci in Casino? Where whenever Robert De Niro needed him, he would come up with a pen and stab the guy in the neck. But then sometimes he would be like, whoa, dude, you're just going overboard. And then eventually they took Joe Pesci out into the cornfield, right? And so the thing is like, as long as we have Christians in government, we do have some worry that they're going to want to, like, have somebody fighting for us in the Middle East. And like, I don't know how we get around that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I honestly don't know how we get around that, you know? And so the thing about this though, Natalie, is I'm very simple. If there are two candidates that I have to choose from, and one is a Zionist Democrat and one is a Zionist Republican, I am voting for the Zionist Democrat, okay? That's it. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't understand that and you say, oh, you won't vote for the Zionist Democrat, so instead you'll end up with the Zionist Republican, then I don't know what to tell you. But if I only have two options and they're both Zionist, I am picking the Democrat, period. And I don't have any fucking qualms about that whatsoever, if those are my only two options. I would love to not have those be my two options. But like, don't fucking hassle me for like any of you for like saying that if both of them are Zionists, you still pick the harm reduction. Because unfortunately, you don't have options right now where you always have an electable non-Zionist option. That's the reality. And you can deny reality and pretend like, oh, I believe something different, but like you're incorrect, okay? And so like you do need to wake up. All of you that are fighting Zionism do need to wake up and smell the reality, or you're never going to really win. You know what I'm saying? You're never going to win if you don't accept what the reality is right now. You know what I mean? That is my thing. You know what I'm saying? But again, when you say we won't be in that position if we stop saying we'll support them, but like it's not just about us, okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you say, like, even with that shit with Hassan and Gavin Newsom, Hassan's like, if the Democrats give Gavin Newsom, but like, yo, Hassan, if Gavin Newsom wins the primary, that means the voters voted for him. So shut the fuck up about saying the Democrats. It's like, no, if Gavin Newsom ends up being the presidential candidate, it will be because millions and millions of Americans fucking chose him. So you can't sit there and say, oh, the Democrats, this, that, or the other. Get mad at the goddamn voters. If the voters pick a fucking president, like nominee, I'm voting for the Democratic presidential nominee. And like, dude, you know, I'm not going to sit there and cry about the party when like 100 million Americans voted for this guy. Like, you know, that's just stupid. It is stupid to do that. Like this interpolation of like, you know, oh, if the Democrats put ahead Gavin Newsom, but there's going to be like 10 people that are going to run for president and the voters are going to pick someone. And like, you can be mad that the voters keep picking candidates you don't like, but like, don't fucking, you know, I mean, if your fellow Americans choose somebody, like I don't understand why you're getting mad at the party when the voters vote for them, right? Do you know what I mean? I mean, that just seems ridiculous. And I'm not going to vote shame. Like, I'm not going to vote shame, but I'm just saying, like, you know, like, right? It's like, I'm not going to vote shame, and I'm also going to not vote shame. You know, I mean, because ultimately, you know, I guess, you know, it's hard because it's not going to affect me anyway. I'm a white man in America in my 50s. So if all the leftists decide to fuck the Democratic Party and we get nothing but Republican fascists, I am going to be relatively unaffected. So like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm fighting to not have that, to where people's lives get fucked up, but I'm relatively unaffected. So if leftists want to get mad at me for like supporting my party, and like they want to get upset, I mean, they're never going to be punishing me. So I don't know. Like, I don't, you know, my thing is the voters vote. And if you don't like who the voters vote for, like, okay, I don't know what to tell you with that though. You know what I'm saying? Right? And like, keep role-playing losing. I'm not role-playing losing. You know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is like, I don't know what you're asking for. Positive attitude toward a progressive winning. I mean, that's fine. I have a positive attitude towards progressive winning, but that doesn't include being negative towards the Democrats, right? I like the Democratic Party. Okay. And like, you know, and like, even with Hassan, I am disappointed in Hassan because the Democratic Party, they fucking brought him to their fucking convention when Kamala Harris was there. And he was not really very supportive of the Democrats, but they invited him to their fucking convention. Like, bro, he was in the building. Why are you being a dick when you're in the building? You know what I'm saying? He was like kind of thankless. Right? And like, give me a fucking break, dude. You know, and now he's already like, oh, if Gavin Newsom's a candidate, I'm not voting for him. And he's like, dude, it's not even 2028 yet. And he's already fucking crying, bro. It's like, give me a break, dude. You know? Dude, I'm just tired. I feel like, I don't know, dude. I feel like he's at it again already. And like, we're not even in 2028. And he's already saying, if you don't give me my candidate, I'm going to try to fuck everything up. And I'm like, bro, you have a huge platform. Like, what are you fucking doing, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. I want the change he wants, but I just don't think that that's the way to go about it. You know? You know what I mean? I want him to fucking, like, I don't know. I want him to run, dude. I'm serious. Dude, I don't think Hassan hates America. I don't think Hassan hates America. I just think Hassan is like, puts his career first. Okay? I do. I think Hassan puts his career first. And like, that bothers me a little bit, right? I think like that fucking bothers me a little bit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I that's what I think. I think sometimes he puts his career first, right? You know? I'm at it again. Yeah. I'm just, Natalie, I mean, when you say I'm at it again, I like, if there's a Republican and a Democrat, I'm voting for the Democrat. I don't know why that's so hard for you to figure out. Like, I am always going to vote for the Democrat, even if it's shitty. Okay. And so, like, because I'm a Democrat and that's my party. And so I try to get what I want out of the primary. And then at the end of that, I vote for the Democrat. And like, when you say I'm at it again, I am a Democrat and I like being a Democrat. So yeah, I vote for my party. I'm not at it again. I am a legitimate Democrat. And like, there are some people though on the left who don't want to be Democrats, but they fucking kick around in our party and then they cry a lot. And that bothers me, because if you're not a Democrat, like, why are you pretending like you're a Democrat? Go start your own party. Or if you're a Democrat, then fucking be a Democrat. You know, that's really like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't understand why that's so hard for you to understand, you know, and it doesn't matter to me who the candidates are. I will fight for my candidate in the primary and then I vote with the D. And that's because I am a Democrat. That's my party. And I like my party. I don't fucking hate it. I mean, it's not optimal. There's a lot of things I don't like about it. And I don't like Chuck Schumer and I don't like some of the centrists. But I also understand, having been around America, that a lot of people are real nervous about change. And they want big programs, but they're afraid of the change. They're afraid it's not going to work out well. And they, you know, so people aren't like voting for the Medicare for All candidate, even though they want Medicare for All, because a lot of people are scared that if they vote for that candidate, they're not really going to get it. They think that maybe that candidate is being pie in the sky like everybody else has. And so we have a lot of like voter apathy and shit. But I just, what I don't understand is, why do people come into my stream and always give me shit for being a Democrat? Because you're like, because I won't say to you, if there's a bad Democrat, I'm not going to vote for them, when I'm never, ever going to say that to you unless I leave the Democratic Party. As long as I am a Democrat, I'm going to vote for the Democrat, even if they're not my favorite choice, you know? And like, that is like what I do in the two-party system. And so like, I don't think that's unreasonable though. You know, I don't think I should hold out my Democratic vote so some terrible Republican can win, and then we can all be miserable in hopes that what? That misery is going to work out good for us? You know? You know what I'm saying? But again, they didn't fuck over Bernie. Bernie lost in the South, guys. Like, you're still crying about Bernie. Bernie got his ass kicked in the South. Go look at the vote totals. That's why Bernie didn't win. Because black people didn't believe him. The old black voters. Like, give me a fucking break. I mean, the superdelegates had nothing to do with Bernie. That was just, you know, that was shitty. And Bernie wasn't a Democrat. He was an independent, right? Who was running as a Democrat, trying to like take over the party, you know? And like, but he lost. He lost the fucking primary. You know what I'm saying? You know? Federal policy, I'm 100%, but I voted for Republicans in local elections. Call me crazy. Let's go. You know? And like, guys, you got to understand that Bernie's problem was black voters, okay? Black voters like didn't trust him, okay? And I understand why black voters didn't trust him. Ride or die dem, baby. It's, you know why, guys? Here's why black voters didn't entirely trust Bernie. I mean, sure, there were people like James Clyburn who were like trying to poison the well, but some of it is because Bernie's from a very white state. And so Bernie's populism speaks really well to white working class voters. But black voters know that if you give medical benefits and you give benefits to the white working class, that the black people are more than likely going to get cut out of those benefits, and nobody's going to fight for them to get them, right? And that's hard, right? And I'm moving on, all right? Because now you're starting with the blue MAGA shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, I don't know what your point is. You know, now you're just fucking pissing me off because now I feel like you're being a fucking troll, right? Because I'm a Democrat, okay? I'm a Democrat. You're never going to get me to like not vote for my party so the Republican wins. And that's not blue MAGA. That's called not being a fucking moron. You know what I mean? If you have a Democrat and a Republican and you're a Democrat and you decide to vote for Jill Stein so the Republican wins, you're a fucking moron. Okay? You are a moron. Okay? All the people who voted for Jill Stein, they didn't end genocide. Okay? They didn't end the war. There's more war in the Middle East. They accomplished nothing. Okay? Not like all of them voting for Jill Stein would have changed the election anyway, because she didn't get enough votes. But like, I'm a Democrat. Okay? I am a Democrat. I am a Democrat. I'm sorry if that pisses you off. Like, that's not my problem. Okay? You know, don't fucking complain to me that like, I'm like, if you think you're going to get me to like start hating my party and tearing it apart, you're not. Okay? You're not. You know what I mean? And why would you want to do that? Like, what's that going to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that going to do, boss? It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, that is, to me, it's just, it's like, are you fucking trolling? You know? Dude, this conversation is such a fucking waste. You know what I'm saying? It is, bro. It is such a fucking waste. You know? Because again, for me, right? For me, the worst Democrat is better than a Republican. And that's how I see it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. We have a two-party system. Right? Bernie was the nominee. You would have vigorously supported him. See, it's interesting, guys. I didn't vote for Bernie. Okay? In 2016, I voted for Hillary, guys. I didn't vote for Bernie. Okay? I did not vote for Bernie. Get that understood. I liked Bernie's policies, but I did not vote for Bernie. Okay? I didn't. I voted for Hillary, and I'll tell you why I didn't vote for Bernie. Because he wasn't a Democrat. It felt like he was trying to do a party takeover, and it felt like he was really sabotaging Hillary in a way where he wasn't just in a primary, that he was trying to sort of like gut the party, but he didn't even become a member of it. And so my thing with Bernie is after 2016, I wanted two things. I wanted Hillary to make him VP, and she wouldn't because she was too Hillary, okay, too entrenched, and that bothered me with her. But I also then wanted Bernie to become a Democrat, okay? And I wanted Bernie to then become part of the party if he really wanted to change it. And he didn't. He went like right back to like being like Bernie and like, I don't know. It's weird. He felt a little demagogue-y. He felt like he was walking around saying, I, Bernie, am the only guy who can fix this. But he didn't really have any allies in Congress. And so I was like, fuck, if he did win, we would get Jimmy Cartered. And like, you know, we do need to have a progressive that's got some allies in Congress. And so that was my thing. So I didn't vote for Bernie, you know? And I know that like people are like, wow, how did you not vote for Bernie? But I don't know, Bernie felt a little demagogue-y to me, right? He felt a little like it was Bernie's way or the highway. And I didn't feel like he was going to ever have enough allies to do any of the shit that he wants to be done, even though I love Bernie's fucking policy. Like, I think policy-wise, Bernie has the good policy ideas. I just didn't think Bernie was the guy to actually implement or accomplish any of that shit. Like, I think he was like the catalyst of like the change, but then he never integrated with the party. You're saying we shouldn't preemptively tell the Dem establishment that we'll take whatever slop we get? Yeah, but so the thing though, Natalie, when you say that though, here's the thing, Natalie, and before we move on, when you say whatever slop we get, it's like the voters vote though. So if there's 5 candidates, the voters vote, right? Like look at 𝗙cie𝗶𝗵, okay? It was Kat, and she was there in the Dem primary, and the guy who looks like Jeffrey Epstein won. But like the voters voted. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't like, you know what I mean? The Dems didn't pull any snafu. Like there were a bunch of candidates. I mean, sure, they pulled snafus. AIPAC was playing money and there was J Street. There were multiple candidates, but like, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the voters voted, you know? The voters voted, okay? And for the question, what's wrong with taking over a party, Dether? Look at the Republicans, boss. You know what I'm saying? Look at the Republicans. That is what's wrong with taking over a party, okay? If you think of what's wrong with a party, look at the Republican Party right now. And that's what happens when you let some fucking like power source come in and just completely take over the party. The party ends up fractured and chaotic with no real fucking like identity whatsoever. Not saying the Dems have a huge identity. They definitely like got complacent, okay? Everybody got complacent around Bernie. Or I mean around Obama. You know, but like I think the like MAGA and the Republicans are an indicator of, you know, what happens when somebody takes over the party. It becomes a cult of personality, and then it becomes like the party grinds to a halt. Like the Republican Party is not fucking doing anything. You know what I'm saying? The Republican Party is not, they're not doing anything. They're not accomplishing anything. They have both houses of government and they're not accomplishing anything, you know? But, you know, it's just hard though, cause like, I don't know. I get in arguments with people because people think it's the Democratic Party, but I think the real problem are American voters, okay? I think the real problem is the voters, is voters stay home. Voters don't vote. Some voters like vote for candidates that can't possibly win. Some voters argue and say, if you don't give me exactly what I want, I'm not voting for you at all. But like, guys, there's 330 million Americans, okay? Not every voter is going to get their number one issue addressed. It's not possible, okay? If my number one, right? I mean, you know, getting 10 people to agree on where to go for vacation would be a miracle. There would be a couple of the 10 that would be unhappy about the hotel or the restaurants or the location or whatever, right? You know, and so I think 300 million people or like 70 million people voting for president. Not all 70 million are going to get their exact thing, you know? Stack says, Wendy, if I was American, I'd vote Democrats. Greetings from fucking Australia. Let's go. Dude, thank you, Stacks. That is Australia, right? I think, or is that New Zealand? No. Is that Australia? It's the party's responsibility to bring the voters out to vote with good policy and marketing around those policies. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yes and no. It's hard. It's like the party is just trying to win, right? The party's trying to win the election and stay in power. Kat wasn't rat fuck. She's too young for that district. Saying this because your family members live in that district. Elf, let's go, boss. Thank you. See, can I just say something though, guys? Like, you ready? Here's my thing, guys. Here's what I don't understand, okay? I agree with what Midnight says. I think the two-party system is problematic and capitalism is out of control and a lot of people are apathetic. And so there's a lot of like issues and shit just with our government. And, you know, obviously I think capitalism rules here, like stock trades and all that. But guys, my thing is this, if I really hated the Democratic Party, I wouldn't be like trying to get them to do what I want them to do. I would be running for office. That's what I don't understand is the people who really are like, man, I'm sick of the Democratic Party. All they do is give us slop. Like all of those people should be running for office. Otherwise, like the Democratic Party is just going to continue doing what brings in its donations and what gets them wins in the elections. And like, and so I get a little confused by like me. I'm not going to scream at this giant political party and say like, you need to do what I want. If I don't like what they're doing, I'm going to run for office and be like, fuck it, I'm going to get in there and change it, you know? Or if I'm not going to do that, then I'm going to like what they're doing or be comfortable with what they're doing, right? Like, this is what's so crazy, though, guys. Everybody, like, even with Kamala Harris, I liked Kamala Harris. I thought Kamala Harris would have been a great president. I liked her, right? I would have voted for Kamala Harris in the 2020 primary if she hadn't dropped out, guys. Okay? And, like... right? But then all the like a bunch of people were like, how dare you support Kamala Harris? But dude, I liked Kamala Harris. Dude, if she runs in 2028, I may vote for her, depending on where she's at and what she comes up with. I liked her, right? So like, I don't know. It's like so weird. You know what I mean? Everybody got so mad at me about Kamala Harris, but like, dude, if she had not dropped out of the 2020 primary, I would have voted for Kamala over Joe Biden, dude, in a landslide, boss, for me. I actually liked her. And a lot of like leftists just hated Kamala Harris. And to me, that's fucking weird. I don't get it. I liked her. You know what I'm saying? I did. Dude, I liked her. She would have been a great president. She would have been like the most left president we would have ever had, right? And like, dude, she would have been our most leftist president, boss. She would have been a good leftist, right? She wouldn't have been completely left. She wouldn't have been like Bernie Sanders, but she would have been good, dude. She would have been good. But right? And so that's what's so weird is like, you know, I don't know, dude. That's like, I really felt though, like a lot of like leftists, even people that I agree with most times, didn't like Kamala Harris. And I really didn't get that, you know? You know what I mean? But I also don't think the presidency is the most important thing. I think Congress is far more important, you know? You know what I mean? But, you know, right? But yeah, I just don't, like, my thing about this, right, is like, right? Dude, yeah, I mean, Dustin, dude, I'm not going to sit there and have you fucking put me down, boss. You know what I mean? If you don't like my politics, like, move along. But coming into my stream and trying to put me down because I'm like I defend the establishment or whatever. Fuck off, bro. Like, you know, even that word establishment is so dumb. It's like, who has the power? Dude, if a bunch of progressives take over the Democratic Party, then those progressives will be the new establishment, guys. And then as soon as they become the new establishment, a wing of like moderates will rise up and be like, we got to overthrow this progressive establishment because they're stealing money from the Medicare for All funding. And like, I mean, it's just about power, and I mean, like, as far as the term blue MAGA goes, here's the deal, guys. The thing about blue MAGA took over the Republican Party, okay? So the MAGA are the people that went and took over the party. They are not like vote Republican no matter who. MAGA don't show up. They didn't show up in Virginia to prevent them losing all their votes, okay? MAGA are apathetic. They talk a big game, but they don't show up because they're only loyal to the select few and they want to control everything, but they hate their party, okay? People that like are Democrats that support their party are not MAGA, okay? If there's a MAGA in the Democrat wings, they're a group of people that are trying to take over the party and are trying to like make it wield to like, I don't know, individual personalities. I don't think we really have that. I don't really think we have a MAGA. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. The blue MAGA though is like, it's like blue MAGA is this term that it seems like leftists have created the term blue MAGA and they want to use that to put down like anybody who's not left enough as a like, and they're the ones who say don't vote shame us, but they want to shame our entire identities for like being members of a political party. And I think that's weird. Like, if you're actually a Democrat, why do you want to shame your fellow Democrats? You have to understand, if you're a Democrat, that some of them are centrists and some of them are going to be leftists and some of them might be socialists and some of them are going to be liberals. And there's going to be black people and white people and trans people and gay people and there's going to be farmers and there's going to be scientists and there's going to be actors and there's going to be athletes. And they're certainly not all going to agree. Like, the Democrats are not one thing. And you're never going to have a Democratic Party without centrists and liberals and moderates and conservative Dems and leftists. Like, there's like such a wide variety of people. And I would not want the Democrats to be all leftists, okay? I don't think all leftists would necessarily be less corrupt than all fucking, MAGA shitters. I feel like having a wide fabric of different people is important if you want to represent everybody, okay? I think like, like it's like a government of, what I would like to see though is I would like to see more working class people in the government, okay? More working class, not more rich kids that get out of fucking Columbia and their parents are like, pharmaceutical executives. And so they get out of Columbia and they get a job as an assistant or a page for some congressman. And then they go into Congress and they get a fat stock portfolio. No, I'd like to see more construction workers and plumbers and librarians and school teachers and fucking, retail clerks and bartenders becoming Congress people. That's really what I want. Like a working class government and not everybody being, necessarily Columbia educated leftists or Columbia educated Republican kids, right? I would like to see maybe less Columbia educated people and like have some Columbia educated people, but also have some fucking plumbers and waitresses and waiters and, you know what I mean? That's what I want. But like, I don't know, call me crazy, but I think that would be better for us, and I think, so, but I don't know. I just, Dude, let's go. you know, but like, I don't know, man. I, even with the, like, I don't know. It's like so weird. It's like, right? Ukraine is making it rain oil. I just think, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I am like, living in a two-party system, it's like there are two groups that have power. And I am just telling you this, okay? If you don't get in the party, if you don't get in there, you're not really changing the power, okay? That's the thing. I don't believe, okay? I'm 56 years old and I have gotten involved politically, locally, politically in the workplace. And I am telling you that I think unless you're in there running or you're getting involved in the DNC committee or you're getting involved in the DNC party, like you yourself getting in and participating, you're not going to simply change it by making demands and not showing up at the voting box. Okay? Right? Because like right now we have two parties that have power, and if the Dems lose and they are terrible, they're still the only option to like fight the Republicans because we don't have anything to fight that has any power, And so like you have to either get in there and get into the Democratic Party and run and change it from the inside, or you have to actually create a viable third party, which means then those really clouded leftists that have a huge fan base need to start a third party, and they need to dedicate to that and like actually do it and see it through and make a third party that polls at like 30%. So then people will fucking vote for them. But other than that, screaming at a thing that like has power with or without you is really futile, right? Because that's like, if the Democrats lose, they don't actually lose much power. They lose the power to do anything legislatively, but they don't lose any power like in the two-party system, right? So like, that's the thing, right? We have the option, and like, I don't understand. Like, that's not me being a doomer. That's just the reality of like the two-party system. So like, I guess it's like what I'm confused about is it seems like it seems like some people are really trying to change that system. You have people like AOC. You have people like 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏, right? Like 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏. I think Kat is a great example. Okay. She was a very like well-known content creator. She gave up her YouTube and her content creation to run for office. And she got in there and realized what it was like. She actually put it on the line. And I think that is like, that's really important, right? And like, you know what I mean? Elf says, if I ever had the chance to win a seat in Congress, I'd be the first person to win a seat that graduated from Juilliard, which blows my mind. Let's go, Elf! I feel like I missed another one from you. And she did almost win. Dude, she did almost win, right? A Zionist Dem would be voting for a lesser evil, but yeah, but so truth, here's the deal, boss. Like, there's a thing called harm reduction, okay? And if your only two choices are a Zionist Dem and a Zionist Republican, okay, and the Zionist Republican is going to harm trans people and women and immigrants and all that, and you don't vote for the Zionist Dem, you can't say you care about people, because you don't. Because you're not willing to do the harm reduction, because your whatever feelings about Zionism are making it that you will let people get hurt just to like satisfy your own whatever issue with Zionism. And that is not okay with me. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you are that kind of person where you will let everybody get hurt just because you have an issue with Zionism or whatever thing, then, you know, like, you're like, that's not my team, okay? Harm reduction exists, man. And I think that that's really fucking important, that, like, harm reduction should be important. And I don't care about fucking, you could talk about party, this, that, or the other, even independent of party. Harm reduction is important in every situation. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about this, Callie, is you ready for this, Callie? Callie, I think Callie asked a question, said, then how are you any better than they are? But Callie, that's just it. I'm not any better than they are, okay? And neither are you, okay? This is the thing we get into. If you are an American, which means that you are a part of a genocidal, like, legacy, a legacy of slavery, a legacy of imperialism. Now, that doesn't mean we're not trying to change it, but you are not currently better than any of those other people. You're just different, okay? We all, right? I am not a racist guy, okay? I consider myself to be anti-racist, and yet I walk around, right? I walk around benefiting from this racist system that we live in every day. So I don't get to run around and like act like I am like the king of anti-racism, or like think that I know more about racism than black people, you know, when I'm benefiting from that. Oh, I know. Oh, you're not talking to me personally. I got you. But you know what I'm saying? So like, I just, you know, to go back to the thing, like, I don't want to vote for any Zionists, okay? I don't. But if there's a Zionist Democrat and a Zionist Republican, and those are my only two choices, I am going to vote for the Zionist Democrat, because that will be a form of harm reduction. If I can't get rid of the Zionism in that moment, I am going to choose the least harmful version of it, okay? And I will not be shamed for that, because I am willing to put aside my own personal integrity to do what is better in general for people, even if it's just 1% better, you know? And like if you think that's wrong, like, fuck off, okay? You know, I'm repeating myself because you know, I'm annoyed that we have this conversation so often, you know, because it's like, why do keep people harassing me? You know how I feel, right? You know how I feel. Natalie, you know how I feel. You know what I'm saying? Like, and whoever else is fucking harassing me, you know how I feel. If you don't like it, why are you here? You know what I mean? Like, come on, you know, harm reduction, okay? Harm reduction, you know, it's important. Yeah. You know, I mean, dude, I'm just so, I am like, I don't know. I am annoyed. Like, I am annoyed. Dad, I'm serious. Like, it's fucking annoying. Cause I, you know, it's just like, I keep having these discussions because, like, for me, like, the whatever, right? You know, the thing about it is like for me, the Zionists or not Zionists, that's not my number one issue. Okay. It's just not. All right. Like, I don't, you know, everybody, like, when I look at a candidate, the first thing I look at is not like if they're Zionist or not Zionist or what their religion is. That's not where I start. It's not the only thing that's important to me. Okay. I honestly, like, you know, I don't know. It's just not my number one issue. Okay. It's not my number one issue. I don't think it is the, you know, it is, I mean, it is an issue, but my number one issue is the people that keep impacting fucking civil rights here in America, you know? And like, yeah, you know what I mean? And like, I don't know, dude, I don't know what to say about that. Your number one issue is you got no monies. Yeah. Dude, but like, dude, you do notice though, that like we get into these circular discussions, okay? We get into these circular discussions because there are like some leftist people are like, I'm not anti-Democratic Party enough for them, but I like the Democratic Party, okay? I like it because it is the only source of power that I have currently. And if you come up with an option that's better than that, I'm willing to like consider that. But thus far, the like, you know what I'm saying? Thus far, the people that are crying about the Democratic Party have not come up with an option. You were born in Scotland, so you must want to hate everyone from England? Let's go. And I will not vote for Gavin Newsom in the primary, but if Gavin Newsom wins the primary, I'm going to vote for him, and I'm not going to have any fucking qualms about it. I would vote for him in a second over whoever the Republicans pull. And like, you know, and if you're not doing that, then you don't really care about fascism, okay? You really then care about your own personal shit, okay? You don't. I'm serious. Anybody who says like they would not vote for the person opposing like J.D. Vance, they cannot also say that fascism in America is something they're concerned with, because they're not. They're at that point, they're on a different trip. Okay. You know, that's it. Right? Dude, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I don't care, Marky. I don't fucking care. Right? I don't care. The thing about this, Marky, is Congress determines taxes. So for you saying Gavin doesn't want to tax, dude, the president doesn't do the taxes. That's Congress. Okay? And Gavin's not going to veto the congressional tax bill. So that's a stupid thing to say, right? Because the president doesn't set the taxes. So the people who say, oh, Gavin won't tax, it's like, dude, Congress does the taxes. So if you say Gavin won't this, that, or the other on shit Congress does, you're just being an idiot, right? You're being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. You don't even understand how the U.S. government works. Dude, give me a fucking break, dude. The president doesn't make the tax law. Congress does. So shut the fuck up about the president and the tax law. Seriously. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. Let's go. Right? Dude, you know? Let's go, baby. Dude, you say Ro Khanna? Dude, I don't like Ro Khanna, okay? I don't like Ro Khanna. I don't trust him, okay? I mean, I like what he's done with the Epstein files, but dude, that guy's a huge stock trader from a very wealthy district, okay? I hear Ro Khanna say shit, but I don't know. I don't trust him, right? I don't trust him. He seems like a rich guy who talks about progressive shit, but like, dude, his district is like super wealthy tech district. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Dude, I mean, if he won the nomination, I'd vote for him, right? But I don't like him. But dude, of course, if he won the nomination, I would vote for him, right? Of course I would vote for him, but I don't like him. But again, would I vote for him if he won? Absolutely, I would vote for him if he won. Dude, like, you know that. But you know what's so crazy though is look at this. Look at you guys. See, you're just trolls. Like, Natalie, you're a troll because you know if I would vote for him if he won the nomination, but you're like trolling in chat. Like, at this point, I think you're just being a troll. And that's disappointing. You know what I'm saying? Because like that's pretty disingenuous, actually. Because the minute I say I don't like a fucking progressive or whatever, you guys get all butthurt, all your progressives. But you can talk shit about my party and trash the party and call me blue MAGA and all that. And I'm supposed to put up with all of that. Like, come on, dude. That's weak, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. That's weak. Dude, weak. All right. Dude, I liked Kamala. Yeah, let's go. The butthurtery is annoying. I mean, dude, you know, it's just hard though, right? You know what I'm saying though? Because what's really hard is, like, I think honestly that some of the leftists, right? Some of the leftists, they hate the Democratic Party. They don't want to be Democrats. Turn myself into a victim. Oh, and thank you, Natalie. Yeah, that's good. That's productive. Now you're just trying to get a reaction, right? Dude, that's so weird. Like, you're so weird, right? Dude. That's funny. All right. Dude, I mean, you know, you wish you could troll as hard as Natalie? Dude, she's going at it. Like, I don't know. She had a day or something. Dude, it's crazy though. Because, like, dude, it's like just digging. Like, that is so annoying. Now, like, dude, now I'm going pro Gavin Newsom, boss. Let's go. Full force. Gavin or bust. Let's go. Gavin! Oh, let's go. Dude. Oh, shit. Dude, you like that? Oh, let's go, dude. Dude, we're about to become the pro Gavin channel. Let's go. Dude, yeah, May Money, no. I mean, there's a lot of racism problems, you know, in America still. It sucks. But all right, we're going to move on. I am going to say in a finished note, though, if my only choices are two Zionists, I am going to vote for the Zionist Democrat as a form of harm reduction, and I don't feel guilty about that. And like, if that's a deal breaker for you, I get it. But, like, you know, I go with the harm reduction, and I don't have a problem picking the lesser of two evils. Okay. I don't like that. You know, sometimes we have to do that. And, you know, but, you know, in case you're wondering, I feel okay with that. Okay. I do. I feel all right with that, but I'm a Democrat, you know what I'm saying? I consider myself a leftist Democrat, but I am a Democrat, you know, dude, let's go. I just, you know, dude. Yeah. I mean, dude, people get to make their votes. You know what I'm saying? People get to make their votes, right? And I am not voting for them because they're Zionists. No, I'm voting for them because it's harm reduction, right? You know what I'm saying? And like I just think this, you know, I don't know, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is because it's going to play out like this, guys, is like, you know, what's going to happen is going to happen. Some people are going to, you know, make choices. Some people are not going to vote. Some people are going to whatever. And then if the Democrats do lose and it gets really bad, everybody in the Democratic Party is going to point fingers at each other. The centrists will blame the leftists, and the leftists will blame the centrists. And like, you know, there will be infighting and all that. Kind of what MAGA's doing now as their shit is crumbling. You know what I'm saying? But I've said before, my choice, like the guy that I like is 𝗫𝗏𝗡𝗅. I don't know if he's running, but I like 𝗫𝗏𝗡𝗅. Okay. And, you know, and it's funny because I said this the other day and like I said, oh, I like 𝗫𝗏𝗡𝗅. And the first thing somebody said in chat was like, does he take money from Israel? And like, I didn't even like, I have not even looked into that because I don't care, right? Like, I hope he doesn't because I would like him more if he doesn't. But if he did take money from some Israel lobby like J Street or something, I don't think that would make me like him less because I really do believe he's a genuine guy who wants to make people's lives better. And so I wouldn't reject a genuine guy who took some J Street money necessarily because that's not like the only deciding point for me, right? And I think it's just really confusing of like, you know what I'm saying? I think it's just really confusing to me. If that's your only issue, I think it leaves you in a position of maybe being taken advantage of because a really bad person could just take that one issue and you would ignore all their red flags, you know? You know what I'm saying? You don't think it's an affront against you? Oh, I didn't think that was an affront against me, Anna. But I thought, though, that, like, you know, I think it's one of those things where there are some people where the only thing that is an issue for them is about the Israel money. And so a person could have 100 red flags and they would ignore all the red flags just if it was about the Israel money. And I think, to me, that's dangerous. Okay, dude, let's go, Steph. Harm reduction for the win, dude. Yes. You know what I mean? Like I think for me, I'm still looking at all of the red flags and not just forget about the red flags because of like the one Israel money issue. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know, but there are people that are kind of like, there are some leftist people that literally, they would ignore all the red flags if just based on that one issue about Israel money. And like, I think that's stupid. I think that really puts people in danger of having some really bad people be in government, right? Like, cause let me just tell you, you ready? If some real Nazis wanted to get into government right now and gain power, they would just come forward and say, hey man, like, oh, I'm like, forget Israel. I want to take care of the people. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I'm staunchly anti-Israel, right? I mean, that would be the way they would get in if they really wanted to sneak in there, right? That would be an inroad for them. So I think we still have to scrutinize the people who say no Israel money too. And we do have to look at their red flags as well. It shouldn't be an instant like, yeah, right? Let's go, dude. May money. You need some prayer for Paul tonight. Oh Lord, let's go. Let's get it. Sakatara. You know, but I go with harm reduction. You know, I go with harm reduction. All right, but moving on. Dude, we got derailed. Dude, I don't know, man. It's like, I think at some point, I don't, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, I don't know. I don't know how, like, you know, it's like, you know, it's like it's fucking, yeah, it's hard. It's hard because some people, like, all they, like, and I don't know that our chat is necessarily like this, but I'm encountering a lot of people online that like all they want to talk about is like Israel and AIPAC. And meanwhile, like, you know, like, I don't know, man. We had all this shit play out in 2024 and dude, Kamala would have been better, right? And there were people who were like, no, man, there'd be no difference between Kamala and Trump. And I think that those people are lying, okay? I think that those people have ulterior motives where they just want more power in the political realm. And there would have been a huge difference between Kamala and Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, it's like, it's fucking, you know, it's fucking bothersome, right? You haven't heard a single person? Yeah, but so the reason why we've been in this feedback loop is because I said if there was a Zionist Democrat and a Zionist Republican, and those are my only two choices, I would vote for the Zionist Democrat. And then people have fucking keyed in on that and fucking created like a long fucking to-do about that when like you really, if those are your two options, you have to pick one of them. And if you don't pick one of them, you can't say you care about people because you're letting people get fucked over then. And just because of your own thing with Zionism. Okay? Like, you know what I mean? And like, that is factual. If you care about people, then people's well-being has to be in front of your issue with Zionism. Period. Okay? And you know what I mean? You can't let the uber-Zionist warmongering Netanyahu brethren win the election while you're simultaneously trying to fight Zionism. That is not a workable plan. You know what I'm saying? You know? I mean, come on, bro. Like, you know, it's like that is not a workable plan. And that's what we did in 2024. And it's like, bro, dude, and now what do we got? Now we have people like James Fishback, okay? Now we have like Dan Bilzerian running for Congress, right? Now the America Firsters are wearing blue hats. Like, dude, what are we doing, bro? You know what I'm saying? We got to get smarter than that, okay? Dude. You know what I mean? We got to get smarter than that. But Marky, like, again, you know, you guys, again, you're going to have to get rid of all the PAC money. Where there are Christians, there's going to be some, like, Israel money coming in, okay? And I don't, you know, you're not going to get all of the Christians in the U.S. government to stop taking Israel money, period. I don't think that's going to happen. You're going to have to not vote for Christians, right? Then, you know, we have to get rid of all the PAC money. You know, but again, that like the Zionism thing is it's just not my number one issue. You know, it's just not. It's not my only deciding point. Okay. You know, I don't look at somebody, right? You know, I don't look at somebody that like, if they've taken a little bit of money from the Jewish lobby, I don't automatically throw them under the bus. Okay. I do look at their whole package. I do look at, right? I do prefer candidates that don't take that money, right? You know what I mean? But it is also not a break. It is not a fucking like a zero-sum thing for me. That if I really, really like a candidate and I found they took a little bit of money from like J Street, I'm not going to jettison the candidate if, you know what I'm saying? Automatically, necessarily, right? It depends, okay? It's like that's not my only deciding point. But the reason why I'm talking about this, though, guys, is because there are some people that is the only point they look at. That a candidate who says, I won't take any money from the Israel lobby, they're automatically going to take them, even if that person has a lot of questionable shit about them, you know, and I think that that is a little bit of a dangerous, like we could end up with Nick Fuentes people in our party, and we could end up voting for Nick Fuentes type people if that's the only thing we look at. And so I think we do need to be smart about it. I don't want like people's views about Zionism to be like, next thing you know, like we're voting for Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, okay? Because that's the only thing we're valuing. And so, and I do, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I don't know, dude. That, to me, that's a real worry. Like, that we could vote for some really terrible people. You know, because if that becomes the only thing we look at, you know? Right? Let's go. Dude. Yeah. Right? I don't know, man. Crazy. It's crazy, boss. Right? I vote for the whole package. Right? All right. Cenk TYT about Tucker. Yes, we will look at the Tucker thing. Dude, I don't know, dude, this stuff, like, you know, I guess it's really, you know, it's really hard, you know what I'm saying? Because I like, there are like, you know, I don't know, man. Dude, it's getting complicated, boss. But we'll leave it. We will look,
not only has
we will look at
Tucker
we will look at these guys. I just, you know, I think we have to be careful, guys. You know? No, we have to be careful because there are segments of the left that are becoming one-issue voters, and I think that has a potential to be harmful for us. You have to be more than a one-issue voter. Okay, you do, or you put yourself into a position of being like taken advantage of. And I already see people like, you know, we see what's going on, guys. I mean, just look at this, guys. Look at what we're about to watch, and look at how 𝗙𝗵𝗏 and Cenk TYT have been captured by Tucker Carlson because the only issue they have is like anti-Israel. And they're not even like necessarily trying to help the Palestinian people. They are just trying to like be like, fuck Israel. Okay. And they're like, now they're like, every day they're talking about Tucker fucking Carlson, a white Christian nationalist replacement theory person, because they're so whacked out on anti-Zionism that they're partnering with Nick Fuentes' cousin, okay? And like, that's stupid, man. You know, like that is stupid. Dude, that is fucking dumb, bro. But like, everybody's feeding off this, you know? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think of an example, okay, of like when there was a one issue. Like, I don't know. We've never really had the Democratic Party has never been like single issue. Like the Republican Party was always single issue. And the Republican Party for my growing up was always abortion, right? It was abortion was their like single issue. Okay. That was a big one, that abortion, right? Republicans, it doesn't matter how bad the person is. If he's anti-abortion, they were like, yes. And he could be a crook. He could be a child molester. He could be a rapist, right? They don't care. If he's anti-abortion and he says Christianity, yes, they're like, fuck yeah, we'll partner with him. And they ended up with Donald Trump. And so, like, I don't know, dude. I think we should be smarter than that, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Dude, and like, I don't know, dude. All right, so his meltdown is at 12:40. There. Let's go. Dude. It's like, dude, we have to. I think we can't be like single issue, right? We got to be better than that, man. You know,
Carlson come out with his clearest break from President Trump yet. He's actually expressing a great deal of remorse for helping to get Trump elected in the first place. Take a listen.
Dude. Dude. What? Dude. Just listen to that. Listen to 𝗙𝗙cie𝗶𝗵. Oh, he's expressing a great deal of remorse for getting Trump elected in the first place. Really? Dude. Yeah. And coincidentally, he also wants to run for president and wants to be the new MAGA guy. Oh, can I run MAGA? Dude, like, who's buying this? Dude, I don't believe this.
You and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure. Yes. It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. Yes. So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, we'll be tormented by it for a long time.
Yeah. Sure you will. Dude, this guy's a fucking liar, bro. I'm serious. Dude, this guy is a fucking liar. Because let me ask you, okay, let me just say this. Donald Trump executed an insurrection to try and overturn an election, and he lied about it for 5 fucking years. He was treasonous. He should have been in prison, and these motherfuckers campaigned for that. And now you want to, my heart is heavy that I looked at an insurrectionist and a rapist and Epstein's best friend who did nothing but lie, accomplished nothing his first term, mishandled the pandemic, tried to overthrow the goddamn government, and he lied about it for years, and I still campaigned for him. And now I'm really broken up. Oh, yeah, now, dude, yeah. Man, that was a little bit of a boo-boo. It's like, Tucker, fuck you, bro. Like, you're the biggest asshole. Anybody who voted for him, I've said it before. If you voted for him in 2016, I forgive you. Okay? If you voted for him in 2020, okay, I can forgive you. If you voted for him in 2024, you know the whole thing, you know the lies, and at that point, it was like racism, or you want to shove a Bible up my ass, or you fucking hate people, okay? You simply did not accidentally vote for him and not know he wasn't a toxic motherfucker. There's no way, dude. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And like, dude, yeah, he was at the oil meeting, right? He was at the oil meeting, okay? You know what I'm saying? You know, this is like, dude. All right. After Tucker, they apologize for Candio and Megyn Kelly. All right, we're going to watch the whole thing. Dude, we're going to watch the whole thing.
And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people, and it was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
So this episode featured Tucker Carlson, obviously, and the second individual that you see is his brother Buckley Carlson, who had previously written speeches for President Donald Trump, and
his brother Buckley Carlson, dude. Who has the name Buckley? Like, I'm serious, dude. Seriously, what kind of rich kid? Like, what kind of silver spoon kid is named Buckley, dude? You know what I mean? Like, I hate that guy just for his name, bro. That is the biggest old money, rich prick fucking name, Buckley Carlson. Like, fuck you, dude. Dude, if you have the name Buckley, like, get the fuck out of here, bro. I don't even want to hear your fucking voice, dude. Dude, get rid of every Buckley, dude. All Buckleys in America need to be deported now. Dude, my mom's husband, her second husband, worked at Buckley, the Buckley school. There's a Buckley school in California that is so rich. It's like one of the wealthiest high schools, like private schools in California. Okay, the Buckley school. My mom's boyfriend was an electrician there. I mean, it is like the movie stars that are making $20 million a film take their kids to Buckley. But naming a kid Buckley, fuck off, bro. Dude. Yeah, and Tucker said, oh, it wasn't intentional. Oh, I'm deceiving. But again, though, guys, you ready? This is all a ploy, okay? This is what I'm talking about. Tucker doesn't mean this shit. Tucker, like, helped Trump get elected, and then he watched Trump disintegrate shit, and now Tucker is just trying to carve his piece of the political pie. He is, like, trying to capitalize on Trump's failings and trying to, get his name in the hat, boss. That's what he's trying to do.
Like his brother Tucker has soured on Trump, especially lately, given his commitment to Israel to the detriment of the American people. But Cenk, your 2 cents.
So I don't know what people want past that. I mean, that's as good an apology as I've ever seen, and he didn't need to give one.
Dude, do you hear that? I don't know what people want past that. Like, Tucker's apologized. Now let's all get behind Tucker. But, dude, Cenk, fuck you, boss. Okay? You deceitful motherfucker. But did you hear? Can we listen to what Anna says here again? Listen to what Anna says before we get to Tucker's ass kissing here. Listen to what Anna says right here. You ready?
Written speeches for President Donald Trump.
Right here.
And
Watch
much like his brother Tucker, has soured on Trump, especially lately, given his commitment to Israel to the detriment of the American people.
Okay. He is soured on Trump. She said Tucker has soured on Trump, given his commitment lately to, like, be more for Israel to the detriment of America. Trump took $200 million from Miriam fucking Adelson. Dude, what did you think was going to happen, Tucker? Trump's son-in-law is family friends with Benjamin Netanyahu. What did you fucking think was going to happen, Tucker? You right? Give me a fucking break, bro. You got the Kushners and the Netanyahus like, oh, hey, buddy. Oh, come here, Jared. Get in bed with me. And he took $200 million from Miriam Adelson. And now they're like, oh, Trump is pro-Israel. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm so surprised. Dude. Come on. There's no way, dude. Hey. Let's go, dude. DL, let's go, baby. Dude, hey, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪. Right? I mean, guys, give me a break. Like the whole 2024 election, it looked like Benjamin Netanyahu was like trying to play Biden and blowing up violence, executing violence so the Democrats would fight each other over Gaza, and then Trump could get in office so there could be more destruction in Gaza. Okay, the whole time, dude. And these guys were exacerbating that. Oh, Kamala's not good. Oh, you're right. Trump's not a fucking, there's no Project 2025. It's like, give me a break, dude. And now Cenk's like, oh, forgive Tucker. Dude, there's just no way, boss.
But Cenk, your 2 cents.
So I don't know what people want past that. I mean, that's as good an apology as I've ever seen, and he didn't need to give one. So people make mistakes. People vote for people they don't like. I've been forced to vote for a whole bunch of people I didn't like, right? And so, but nevertheless, he does this heartfelt apology. So
Dude.
On behalf of anyone who cares about war and genocide, I accept, okay? But we're gonna tell you more about the apology, and then we're gonna tell you the people who didn't accept it because they're high and mighty and they don't care about genocide or war, but they do care about the precious effing brands.
Dude, heartfelt? Dude, that was not heartfelt. And guys, dude, yeah, no, dude, seriously, this shit is crazy, bro. Because let me just tell you guys, Tucker Carlson does not give a shit about genocide, okay? He does not give a shit about genocide, dude. As long as it's not the white Christians being genocided, Tucker Carlson doesn't give a shit, bro. The heartfelt apologies. Dude, Cenk's 2 cents is worth about 2 cents, bro. Dude, I'm about ready to take 2 pennies and pound them straight up my ass, boss. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh my God. All right.
Okay, well, so Tucker sat down with his brother, as I mentioned earlier. He is a GOP operative by the name of Buckley Carlson. Now, the two did lay bare their concerns regarding Trump's war with Iran, suggesting that Trump's true allegiances lie with the neocons and wealthy donors. So Tucker believes that the war is not only a massive policy error, but part of a larger indictment of Trump's character. So The Hill reports that Carlson wondered out loud.
Oh, Trump's character. Hey guys, can you believe that, like, is it possible that Trump could have an issue with his character? Is that new information? Right? Dude, right? Like, oh, yeah, maybe this is a sign that Trump doesn't have good character. Dude, this is like, I feel like I'm being gaslit by these guys.
If it was always the plan to go to war with Iran, saying you don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that, but there are tons of people of low character who like outperform their character.
Dude, show me one. Show me one guy of Trump's character that has ever outperformed his character. Give me a fucking break, dude. Right? No. People don't outperform low character. Like, dude, what the hell, bro?
So look, I think what he's saying here, and I've noticed this with a lot of former Trump supporters who have, changed their minds on him, much like Tucker has. They were willing to kind of look past Trump's baboon behavior, the fact that he's just gross in so many immoral ways. And when I say immoral, right, like, I find it immoral to cheat on your pregnant wife with an adult porn star. You know what I mean? Like, I find it immoral to
be a rapist, to be Epstein's best friend,
get your mistress pregnant when you're married to someone else. Like, that kind of stuff is immoral.
Dude, she won't even acknowledge that Trump is a rapist.
And usually would disqualify someone from becoming president. But with Tucker Carlson and others who ended up supporting Trump, I think they were willing to overlook that stuff.
Oh, really?
Because he had this anti-war messaging, for instance. He had all this, in the context of American politics, unprecedented policy stances that I think they believed he was going to carry out.
Oh yeah, because in his first term, he carried out so much of his policy, right? 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 I mean, that's what happened, right? He got elected the first time on these policies like healthcare and all this shit, and then he delivered on all those policies. And then he delivered during the pandemic, and then he lost an election, and then he started an insurrection to try and overturn an election, and then he lied for years. But then, no, he would but this time around, like, surely he was gonna do that the same good policy shit he did the first time, right? Dude, I am not buying this. What fucking liars, bro.
But he's a con man, and he's easy to bribe, easy to blackmail, and I think that's what's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple other factors too, which is that they are right-wingers and Trump's a right-winger.
Yeah, that's true, yes.
And, well, actually, Trump's not a right-winger. Trump was pretending to be a right-winger, right? And so Trump actually has no morals or no ideology or philosophy at all. It's just whatever helps Trump.
Yeah, and you already knew that, but they voted for him and campaigned for him anyway.
And that's what the Tucker Carlsons of the world are realizing belatedly. But that's not a ha-ha
Dude,
moment.
they're realizing belatedly. Dude. Oh my God, bro. Like, you know, he's dumb. Trump is dumb. Yeah. No, Trump is dumb. But like, dude, they are, I mean, think about this though, guys. I mean, I feel like this ties into our long circular discussion though. Okay? Right? Because look at what's happening. You have like supposed left-wing people that are using like the Israel issue, that's a very real issue, genocide in Israel and money to Israel and the American Zionists and the capturing of our political figures. And you have two supposedly leftists or people that are left of center somewhere, Anna and Cenk, that are now using that very real Zionism genocide issue to stump for a white nationalist named Tucker Carlson to be forgiven for all of his shit in order to anoint him as the guy that we can trust, simply because of their fucking distaste for Israel. They are either being blinded by the one issue of Zionism, or they're being paid by these guys to try to buffalo people who may be blinded by that one issue. And like, dude, that's the risk of this. Like, they're fucking, you know what I'm saying? These guys are like pulling some shit, man. And I mean, you know, like, I don't know, dude. They're like, it's like, what's really going on? Are they being paid? Are they being paid? Like, you know, I almost feel like, you know, I mean, I don't want to go conspiracy theory on this. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go conspiracy theory on this, but like, I feel like we're hitting an impasse where they're trying to find an issue that can like galvanize some sense of nationalism. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, the merging companies where it feels like there's a merging of, you know, right-wingers and, you know, populists that used to be like left-wingers but are now being driven by a single issue politics, where they're like, you know, as long as we agree on this Israel thing, we'll forget about our differences and we'll figure out that later, just as long as we fucking get enough power, get in there. But like, I don't know, man. It feels a little risky. It feels, like I said, you know what I'm saying? It feels like we're gonna wake up one day and Nick Fuentes is gonna be in our party. Okay? And people are going to be okay with it because he's like anti-Zionist. And like, dude, I do not want, okay? I do not want that, you know? And I'm telling you right now, there are actually some people, I don't want to get into a hotbed discussion, but there are some people that already feel like Graham Plattner is that guy, okay? And I know that the leftists who support Graham Plattner say he's not. But with the Totenkopf and some of the other shit, there are people who already think that Graham Plattner is a Nick Fuentes-like character that is like pretending like he's not, okay? And like, we're gonna find out, but like that shit is like, getting weird, you know, and when you have Nick Fuentes saying vote for Democrats, that's weird, guys. That's weird. And like, and we're all enjoying Nick Fuentes bagging on MAGA, but like, dude, they want power, okay? Like Nick Fuentes doesn't really want the Democrats to win, or like, I don't know, dude, it's getting weird. It's getting weird. And no, I'm saying Graham Plattner seems decent too, but there are already people that are getting weirded out by this. And like the reason why I'm getting weirded out is not because of Graham Plattner necessarily. I'm getting weirded out because I am starting to see this kind of shit where people that are still proclaiming themselves to be leftists are supporting Tucker Carlson, okay? Because, you know what I'm saying? Because the thing is Cenk and Anna are not like, they're not like full MAGA, okay? They're still like somewhere on the left. They're left of center, right? But like, are they? I don't know. It's getting real confusing. But they're like trying to sell us Tucker Carlson. And like, that's weird, guys. You know, hold on. I have to go to the bathroom. But you have to admit, I don't think anybody thought these guys would be selling us Tucker Carlson. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I mean? Like that's like pretty weird, guys. Okay? You know what I mean? Like that they're selling us Tucker Carlson. I mean, look at Tucker Carlson. Go back 5 years and say Anna and Cenk would be pushing Tucker Carlson, and nobody would have said, yeah, that's it. But you know what's done that? One issue has done that, and that's Israel. Okay? So the Israel issue is the thing that has them pushing Tucker Carlson. And that is like, we have to ask ourselves, wow, how did that happen? Hold on, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Think you threw your pains away. Yeah, I do. I think you threw your pains away. Yeah, I do. I think you threw your pains away. I do. I think you threw your pains away. what I think I will drown in. Yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think I
Let's go.
will drown.
Let's go. All right, we're back. Dude, you guys trying to figure out who's paying Cenk TYT? Dude, I'm really curious, okay? I'm really curious who's paying these guys, okay? You know what I'm saying? I will let you know. I'm really curious who's fucking paying these guys. I mean, because you know they took Polymarket money, okay? And you know that they were anti-Kamala Harris, and you know that they were fucking, you know, very anti-Joe Biden. They didn't really like Barack Obama way back when, right? You know, and like, but if we went back to 2020, 2021, okay, and you said these guys were going to be pro Tucker Carlson and anti AOC, nobody would have believed it, okay? And like, it looks to me like the way they got there is because the only issue that's important to them is Israel. That's it. That is the only thing that they ever is important. It's important enough that Anna will chase her neighbors down the fucking street. Right? You know what I mean? I mean, you know, because Tucker does not support any other shit of theirs. Okay? Tucker is not like, you know, he's never shown any indication of being anything but a white Christian nationalist. Yeah. Yeah, see, here's what I don't understand though, guys. You ready? Like, how are John and JR, like, how are they still at this network? Like, how can John go to work and do his fucking show and knowing that his bosses are fully stumping and whitewashing, sane-washing Tucker Carlson? Like, there's no way, dude. Like, he has to jump ship ASAP. If he is still at that network in 2028, then he's a fraud at that point. Like, he's losing credibility by the day. I don't care if he's under contract. Like, he needs to, like, figure something out. You know what I'm saying? Because there's just no way, dude. There's just no fucking way that, like, they, you know what I mean? There's like a serious conflict there. Hey, homie's got to make a move, dude. All right, let's watch the rest of this. I'm gonna let this roll.
Thank you for noticing, brother. I know it's late. I know that he already won twice. I know all that, but we're trying to stop a war and we're trying to stop Israel's endless genocides. So we appreciate you becoming an ally at any moment. That's how a normal, decent human being would handle it. I'm gonna tell you how others handled it in a minute. But the other thing is, you have to remember, guys.
No, that's how an idiot would handle it. Somebody who is believing Tucker Carlson the same way that Tucker believed Trump. See, that's just it. Tucker is like, oh, Trump said all this right shit, even though all his behavior told me otherwise, and I believed him, and oh, I fucked up, I'm really sorry. But they're asking us to ignore all of Tucker's history, all of Tucker's behavior up to this point of Tucker being like, no, I'm actually not that guy. I'm this other guy that I've never been, but I promise I will be if you vote for me and support me. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro.
Like, would you, if you're a Democrat, would you vote for Ted Cruz? You'd have to put a gun to my head.
No, I wouldn't.
Right?
There's no way.
So for them, that's the equivalent of voting for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton. I know you don't think that.
Dude, he compared Kamala Harris to Ted Cruz. Bro, what the fuck is he doing, boss? He compared Kamala Harris to, would you vote for Ted Cruz? Dude, no, Kamala Harris is more like Thomas Massey. Would I vote for Thomas Massey? Yes, I would. Okay? I would. If the choice was between Thomas Massey and Donald Trump, I would vote for Thomas Massey. But he compared Kamala Harris to Ted Cruz. Dude, yeah, that is the craziest false equivalence, right? It's more like you have to choose between Donald Trump and Thomas Massey. Would you vote for Thomas Massey in the other party? Yeah, I would, right? Would I vote for Mitt Romney over Donald Trump? Yes, I would, okay? Right? Would I vote for John McCain over Donald Trump? Yes, I would. I would cross the party for that harm reduction if Trump was my candidate. But he compared Kamala Harris to fucking Ted Cruz, dude. Give me a break. That is the phoniest false equivalency. Cenk, fuck you, bro. Who's paying your dumb ass? You, oh my God, dude. Cenk, I've heard you call people like baboons and shit, but like, homie, you are entering the territory of those which you judge, my friend. You are like, now you are like, what a knucklehead, bro. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Dude, if there's a blue MAGA, these guys, Anna and Cenk, are it, boss.
You think that they were lovely people, but now we found out Joe Biden wasn't that lovely.
Look.
Like he was willing to burn the whole country down to stay in power, even though him and his family and his advisors all knew that he had dementia or some sort of mental ailment, that he couldn't finish sentences. You still think he's a good guy? Has any mental ailment willing to vote for Kamala Harris, or right? Would you vote for Ted? But the other thing is, you have to remember, guys, like, would you, if you're a Democrat, would you vote for Ted Cruz? You'd have to put a gun to my head.
No, I wouldn't.
Right?
There's no way.
So for them, that's the equivalent of voting for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton. I know you don't think that, and you think that they were lovely people, but now we found out Joe Biden wasn't that lovely.
Look.
Like he was willing to burn the whole country down to stay in power, even though him and his family and his advisors all knew that.
Dude, look at what they're saying. Do you see what they're doing? They're saying Joe Biden was gonna burn the whole country down to stay in power. They're making it sound like Joe Biden did the insurrection. Like, bro, dude, what are they doing, dude? Dude, Biden stepped down to try and win the fucking election.
He had dementia or some sort of mental ailment that he couldn't finish sentences. You still think he's a good guy? Dude. Has anybody on the Democratic side apologized?
Dude. These guys are fucking
capturing a guy who had dementia just so that we could keep power.
Look, Cenk, that was bad enough. But even before that, the genocide in Gaza made Biden persona non grata for me. I'm sorry if that offends you, if you're a Democrat and you think you have to support the Democrats no matter what because the Republicans are so. Sorry, genocide's a big deal for me.
Dude, I don't think genocide is a big deal for her because she's stumping for Tucker Carlson, right? She's lying. If genocide was a big deal for her, she would have tried to get anybody but Donald Trump in there. She would have recognized that Kamala Harris would have been better than Joe Biden and better than Donald Trump, certainly. And that Donald Trump, if he won, the genocide was going to get 20 times worse, boss.
When Kamala Harris refused to differentiate herself from Biden on the campaign trail, she was persona non grata for me as well.
And said that she wouldn't change any of his policies on Israel. She wouldn't allow anyone to criticize Israel at the DNC. So if you say to me, no, the Democratic brand is more important than a genocide, you're not a good person.
No, the Democratic brand becomes pro-genocide under that condition. Okay, and I just can't support that. So I didn't vote in the presidential election last time.
She didn't even vote. Dude, she didn't even vote, guys. Oh, Lord. Dude, they're like, it's crazy. And I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but guys, you look at this picture. Have you guys noticed that they stopped doing the blue background and have moved to like the sort of American flag background? Like they've even rebranded their visuals. They've been doing this lately, right? Where they used to always have the blue TYT background. way back when they had like a modeled sort of thing, but like they're like moving away from blue background into this like America first kind of thing. They're moving into the America first, guys. They're like easing us into that like Nick Fuentes world, guys. They are. And they're using the Zionism issue to like tie the room together, boss. Right?
Now, with that in mind, Tucker has been incredibly critical of Trump in the past, especially regarding foreign policy. By the way, one of the other things that Trump supporters thought Trump was serious about was like reindustrializing America, like bringing jobs back to America, moving away from globalization. He did no such thing. Now, the Iran war has been escalating and escalating the conflict between Trump and Tucker, and might have even been a factor in Tucker's son, also named Buckley, exiting his role as JD Vance's deputy press secretary, which I think is good. I think it's good that he exited. He apparently just started a private consulting firm. Now, Tucker's disagreement over the war is not only rooted in it being a political loser, but also in him having a sincere moral objection. At one point during the show, he referred to Operation Epic Fury as absolutely disgusting and evil. And this sentiment is reminiscent of an interview that Candace Owens actually gave to George Janko. This was a few years ago. And this moment with Candace actually meant a lot to me because it gave me a peek into what she's capable of. And it's actually a good thing. So take a look.
Same. And so first I want to say, just like to all Muslims growing up during that time in America, I am sorry on behalf of America for the way that you were treated. That it is so unacceptable. When I go back and I re-examine that propaganda, that brainwashing that took place in the classroom to make me scared of something, I didn't even know what a Muslim was. I remember going to the airport and someone was a Hindu and I was scared of it. I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna make him take this off of his head, blah, blah. I thought that was a Muslim, right? There was no education about anything. And the reason for that, he who controls the textbooks controls the entire country, in my view, right?
Dude, Candace Owens is 30 some years old, right? How old is Candace Owens? She's 36. That means 20 years ago, 2005, dude, there was the fucking internet back then, okay? She's like blaming the textbooks. Like, she went to college. What the fuck? She filed a discrimination lawsuit against people discriminating in college. She was a fucking leftist in college, right? And she's like blaming the textbooks in high school on how she didn't know anything about Muslims. She's such a lying phony. Give me a fucking break, dude. Anybody who went to college after the internet began, like, or after 9/11, you certainly could fucking do a investigatory work. I mean, like, come on, man. Really? Really? You know what I mean? Like, dude, these people are all so disingenuous, dude. I mean, yeah, she is a white supremacist. I mean, remember? I mean, look at that. Remember those fucking images? Remember her, dude? And Kanye? Like, never forget, boss. Never forget. Look at that shit, bro. Right? It was in 2020. When was that? In 2020, right? It was during the Fashion Week show. Remember that shit? Right? Look at her smiling. They were yucking it up, boss. Yucking it up, bro. Dude, yeah, I know. Like, if I was a black person, this would be like heart-rending for me. Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? That's so brutal. And like the amount of clout they have, like, talk about like mind-bending. Holy shit.
It was because everything that we did responding to 9/11 should be assessed as whether or not they were crimes against humanity. We bombed 1 million Iraqi civilians. We killed 1 million Iraqi civilians. What were we doing in Iraq? The Saudis were on the plane. They just said there's weapons of mass destruction, and then they never found them. But in the process, they killed 1 million Iraqi civilians, right? And it made us think it's okay to just keep bombing Muslims. That was the purpose to me of that educational propaganda and brainwashing, is that we feel nothing for Muslims if they die. And that's so wrong. As a Christian, it bothers me. As a Christian, it bothers me that I allowed the school system to inform my perspectives, to not care about human beings.
I really appreciate that she said that, because it takes humility. It takes a willingness to...
Dude, it's not humility. She blamed the school system, bro. Right? What humility was there? She didn't take any responsibility. She said, oh, I'm really bummed that I let my textbooks make me okay with all that stuff, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm really bummed that I let my textbooks
admit you're wrong, you were wrong, and that you've changed your mind. And I know that I'm supposed to believe, and look,
dude, yeah, it's like, bro, how does a textbook make you think? Did the textbook make her wear this shirt, right? Because she's saying the textbook made her, like, you know, hate Muslims, and she's real sad that she let that happen. But like, yo, homie, what made you wear this fucking t-shirt, boss? Was that the textbook? Were there some textbooks that made you do this in exchange for Kanye elevating you to fame? You then became a mouthpiece for his bullshit? Like, really? Were the textbooks that made you support Trump in 2024, right? Even after you were so worked up about the genocide in Gaza, but then you knew that Netanyahu and Trump were like family, and you knew that he took 200 milli from Miriam Adelson, but you were still so concerned about that Gaza genocide, but you like stumped for him anyway. Oh, no. Now you just want some of the pie, right? All of these people are trying to get a piece of the political power pie.
Look, Candace Owens has political views that I do disagree with entirely. But that's separate from judging a person on whether they're a good person or a bad person, evil person, not an evil person. I'm supposed to believe she's an evil person when she reflects on things that she said about Muslim people in the past, realizes how wrong she was, and is willing to go on a podcast and openly admit, I was wrong, I fell for propaganda and brainwashing, and I feel bad about it.
Yeah. And I don't think she does feel bad about it, right? I don't think she was even wrong. You think she was wrong, dude. Dude, they're selling us Candace Owens. Like, she's basically saying, oh, I have political disagreements with Candace, but Candace isn't bad. She's not a bad person. She's just a black person that would wear White Lives Matter t-shirts in the middle of the Black Lives Matter movement, right? She's just a black person that would like say, you know, genocide and anti-Zionism is so important to her, while she would stump for the most Zionist guy ever. And then after he wins, she would flip-flop on that because it could give her a little bit of political power now that he's waning, right? I mean, dude, Candace is a lot of things. Like, I appreciate her, you know, whatever, destroying MAGA, and I love that. But like, Candace is not a good person. Okay, look at what she did with Brigitte Macron. She is not a good person. She's a horrible, negative, like arrogant, like grifting, heartless. Like, she would destroy a person's life in exchange for money or a little bit more fame. She would step on her own people and crush their fucking skulls for $1 million and a little bit more fame. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, I would never align with Candace politically. You know, I mean, I like sharing a stage with her, I would fucking like be beholden to shred her. You know, she is she's like a white Christian nationalist in a black woman's body, you know? Dude, that's crazy though. That is just crazy talk from Anna, you know?
So then people come to me and say, you, let alone everyone else, and say you have to denounce her.
I will denounce her when she says something that's worthy of denouncing.
So, okay, I vehemently disagree with a bunch of things Candace says to this day, okay? And I don't like talk of religion with the Talmudic Jews. I don't like any of that, and I'm against it, okay? But then they say, no, you have to denounce her entirely as a human being. Why? Did you ever give a speech like that defending Muslims? Did Jake Tapper ever give a speech like that defending Muslims?
Has Jake Tapper ever admitted he's wrong about anything?
Has any cable news host, has anyone in media, has anyone in politics? So a lot of these people pretended that they cared about marginalized communities. But when someone is now stepping up to defend maybe the most marginalized community, they're like, no, you have to throw her on the—
Dude, he keeps saying maybe the most marginalized community. He did this same shit with Francesca, remember? When he was like, oh, dude, the Muslims are not the most marginalized community in America right now, guys. Not by a long shot. I mean, the transgender people are, and she is vehemently nasty to transgender people, okay? Kamala Harris is vehemently. But remember, dude, when he was arguing with Francesca, he tried to say, like, when she was like saying Trump is gonna build camps, and he was like, no, you're fake, trying to defend the marginalized. The most marginalized people are my people, the Muslims. Dude, all right, I know he's going into his meltdown now, but like, dude, this shit is really burning me up, guys.
The bus and bash her. No deal. Okay, I'll disagree where I think it makes sense. I just told you where I disagree with her, and vehemently. And I'll agree on the parts that make sense, like you were propagandized to hate Muslims, and that was done on purpose. You know, she talks about textbooks. You know who bought our kids' textbooks? The company that makes them?
Right.
Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad.
Yeah.
And that was after he stole our nuclear secrets. But yet he was never arrested for that, and they let him buy the companies that make our textbooks.
Dude, you realize that like Cenk is now like propagating a 4chan conspiracy theory that Robert Maxwell, as an agent of Mossad, has brainwashed the entire American public by, like, you know, controlling the textbooks and making people anti-Muslim, right? Dude, that's where Cenk is right now. He is on page 47 of the fucking 4chan handbook.
Yeah.
Well, I know. That's just a coincidence. Go ahead.
And guys, the reason why I think this is important is because it shows you that people can wake up, they can evolve, they can change. We as human beings, all of us, are very complex, and we all fall prey to disinformation and propaganda. With that in mind, don't just throw people away, engage in dialogue, because I do think that some people can change their minds. And recently I had a conversation with Megyn Kelly. Now, let me just say, Megyn Kelly's views on what ICE did to Alex Preddy.
Now we're Megyn Kelly.
That stuff, I cannot even begin to tell you how much I disagree with her. It makes me angry. I covered it on the show. However, I went on her show. She wanted to talk about the war in Iran. She wanted to talk about the Epstein files. She wanted to talk about Israel. Get a load of this.
You know, I can speak from the perspective of somebody who is just ardently pro-Israel without questioning. I used to look at people like you as just sort of like, that's crazy. They just, they can't stand Israel. I don't know why. I knew enough to know, like, keep questioning, because I would have like Glenn on my show all the time, and he's always been this way. But I didn't listen. I wasn't open-minded, and I am now in a way that I think a lot of Republicans are starting to be and haven't been. So thank you for being a part of that.
Dialogue is the only way to change things. Dude. Throwing people away just makes people dig their heels in beliefs that might be ill-informed, might be based on propaganda.
See, what's crazy about this, guys? Isn't it crazy about this that they won't do this same thing of like, man, we should understand and join up with, you know, Emma, Sam Cedar, Francesca, right? They won't do this. Oh, forget about our differences. Let's focus on our connections. but they'll do it with all the right wingers. Isn't that crazy? Dude, hold on. That is insane. Hold on. I do have to look at something here. Okay, so just so you know, guys, okay, just to put the Robert Maxwell shit into perspective, okay, is and again, we'd have to verify this, but Maxwell, Robert Maxwell owned newspapers and he started buying educational companies, okay? So he merged his company with McGraw-Hill to form a joint venture in 1989. Okay. So he didn't buy the textbook company. He had a company and then he merged with McGraw-Hill. So those two companies merged in 1989 and then he died 2 years later. Okay. And then McGraw-Hill, the company that merged, bought out the total venture. So there was never a time where Robert Maxwell owned the US textbook companies and had like this outsized influence, right? His company merged with McGraw-Hill, then he died 2 years later. And then a couple years later, McGraw-Hill bought out the whole venture. Okay. So the thing about it is like, did he merge with the textbook company? Yes. But then McGraw-Hill bought out the whole thing. So it wasn't like Robert Maxwell owned this company and created all these textbooks. It's like he merged with it and whatever, trying to add it to his empire. And then he fucking ended up dead. And then McGraw-Hill bought the whole thing. So I don't know what influence he actually exerted over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That remains to be seen. I mean, we'd have to look at McGraw-Hill and even then though, with the textbook companies, like, I don't know who makes the decisions of what goes into those books, right? I mean, but it's certainly whatever textbooks were made, you know, like, I think McGraw-Hill had a lot more of it than, you know, certainly Robert Maxwell was dead. I don't think in 2 years he changed much, but I mean, you could look into McGraw-Hill and see what that was all about, right? I mean, he may have bought it with an intention, right? Now, the thing that's really interesting about this, though, guys, and this would be interesting, is at the time that Robert Maxwell merged those companies, he was looting the retirement funds of his own companies. Okay, so what's really interesting to me, guys, would be like, I wonder if McGraw-Hill had a very large pension. Like, did Robert Maxwell buy McGraw-Hill because he was trying to influence the US textbooks? Maybe, I don't know. Or did McGraw-Hill have a huge retirement program for their employees and he was merging with it because he wanted to loot their pensions too? I don't know, because what he was doing at the time he merged those companies is he was stealing money from the pension accounts of all of his businesses. So, like, I don't really know which one was accurate at that time. I mean, it could be a little of both, right? It would be interesting to look into like what was going on there, right? You know, I mean, I would like to see more of that. Like, I don't know. It would be interesting to look into that whole to follow the McGraw-Hill thing and see, like, you know, like, I mean, all I can say is this, guys. For me in the 80s, okay, who went to a public high school, and those of you who are Gen X, my textbooks were not liberal, okay? Like, my textbooks were like, they didn't even talk about slavery being the thing that affected the Civil War. It was states' rights, right? You know what I mean? Like, my textbooks were a very whitewashed, America's the greatest, we fought our Civil War over states' rights, and we ended slavery, and right? Like, our textbooks were like bullshit, dude. They were in high school. My textbooks in high school, like my U.S. history class, was bullshit. It was like, you know what I mean? It was like, whoa, right? Dude, it was pretty fucking, right? Yeah, it was like not liberal, not at all. Dude, you know, I didn't really get the truth of a lot of shit until I went to college. You know what I'm saying? I did not. But all right, let's see. I think Cenk's meltdown is coming now.
I just think humans are deserving of redemption. I think redemption is definitely a possibility. Doesn't mean you have to agree with everything they do and say, but give people a shot and don't be.
So just so you know, guys, just so we're clear on where, right? Just so we're clear on where Anna and Cenk are. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens deserve redemption. Francesca Fiorentini, Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar do not. They're unreasonable purity testers. Okay? Right? Right? Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Francesca Fiorentini, oh, they're bad. They're destructive. They don't care about genocide. Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, oh, you gotta give them a chance. They're really regretful. They deserve redemption. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with these people? What are we watching? Dude, like, bro, what the fuck, bro? All right.
Be ill-informed, might be based on propaganda.
All right, hold on.
I think a lot of Republicans are starting to be and haven't been. So thank you for being a part of that.
Dialogue is the only way to change things. Throwing people away just makes people dig their heels in beliefs that might be ill-informed, might be based on propaganda. I just think humans are deserving of redemption. I think redemption is definitely a possibility. Doesn't mean you have to agree with everything they do and say, but give people a shot. And don't be so cynical all the time. And by the way, you don't win anything unless you build coalitions.
Yeah. So I want to give some people credit before I get to the discredit. First, credit to Anna for handling that the right way. Because if you go on Megyn Kelly's show and you yell at her, you were wrong about Israel, it's all your fault. Do you think she's going to say at the end, oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong and you were right? No, if you have a normal, human, decent, civilized conversation and you go, look, here are the facts, etc., then maybe people could come to your side. And by the way, other people who said, no, they'll never come to your side, you should never talk to them, well, you were flat out wrong, and there's no disputing that anymore. You can dispute it all you like, but we all have eyes and ears, right? You just saw 3 major figures in the right wing, maybe the 3 biggest figures in the right wing, all say in different ways that they were wrong, and they now have changed their position on Israel, the war, and other things that are monumentally important. But I'm gonna give bigger credit to Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens on those issues, right? Because it's easy for us to make our point of view, and we could, make it in a way that is appealing or not appealing, and that's good. But what's much more important is for the person who's changing their mind to be big enough and moral enough to change their mind and say so, and then on top of that, add an apology like Tucker Carlson did. I think that speaks incredibly well of them. Even if I vehemently disagree, on other issues, okay? So I don't want anybody mistaking this for what some others on the left are doing. There's not 1% of ha-ha here, okay? There's 100% of thank you for having an open mind. And they deserve a lot of credit for that. Now, I'm gonna get to the people who deserve discredit.
Dude.
Now, I don't know this brother. I just happened to stumble upon his tweet. I'm just using it symbolically. It's Adam Mockler.
Oh
he
my
apparently has
God.
a very large show on YouTube, no disrespect, and I have no beef with him, right? And so, but he wrote, Tucker Carlson is not our friend. He should not be welcomed into civilized society.
What does that even mean?
I don't
Go
know. Why,
Adam!
Are you the arbiter? Are you at the gates of civilized society and you decide who goes in and out? Okay, as if he did nothing wrong. But he didn't say he didn't do anything wrong. In fact, he apologized for what he did wrong. What else do you want? And he continues, we can happily watch the MAGA movement self-destruct without mistaking Tucker as a good person, on and on and on. Okay.
Dude, you notice he doesn't put the Adam Mockler tweet up though? Did you see that? Right? Dude, he doesn't put the tweet up. He just calls it out, right? And he's like, oh, Adam Mockler acts like he doesn't know him, like he doesn't know who he is. He's on CNN every day. Dude, what a fucking putz, dude. Oh my God.
Okay, I get it. You're more moral, you're more high and mighty, and you're morally superior to all of us. He's trying to end a war where a lot of Lebanese, Palestinians, and Iranians are gonna get killed. Can we concentrate on that, or is your brand more important than that?
The brand.
Okay,
Definitely
now,
the brand.
Dude, this is bullshit. Because if Tucker was trying to end a war, right? You ready for this, guys? I mean, we know this is bullshit, but Cenk TYT, fuck you, boss. Because here's the deal. We saw Tucker in the room during the Venezuela oil, okay? We just saw Joe Rogan sitting behind Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Why? Because he texted him. Tucker Carlson could text Donald Trump and have him on his show tomorrow and say to him in front of the world, hey, Trump, I want to end this war. How can we end this war? I voted for you in 2020. I'm real concerned about what you're doing with this war. I'm concerned about the market moving. I'm concerned about the fact that there doesn't seem to be an off-ramp, that maybe you're doing this for Benjamin Netanyahu. I voted for you. I'm on your side. How do we fucking end the war? Like, right? Tucker could do that right now. And he's not doing it. He was at the oil meeting and he was right. And he's, I feel bad about this. But he's not doing shit to end the war, bro. Give me a fucking break, boss. And where's the Mockler tweet? Right? Here it says, Tucker Carlson is not our friend. He should not be welcomed into civilized society as if he did nothing wrong. We can happily watch the MAGA movement self-destruct without mistaking Tucker as a good person. Dude, this is like the same shit I just said about Candace Owens, guys. In 2021, while still at Fox News, Tucker Carlson privately texted about how much he hated Trump. Private texts also revealed he knew the 2020 election was not stolen from Trump. Tucker would then go on air and say the exact opposite to tens of millions of Americans, that Trump was the best president ever and that the Dominion voting machines were totally rigged. He intentionally told destructive lies to Americans en masse for career gain and profit. He would do the exact same today, just from a different angle. Tucker Carlson helped mainstream the great replacement theory by planting the seeds into millions of American heads on primetime Fox News. Tucker Carlson doesn't genuinely care about human rights or the sanctity of Islam. Remember, the enemy of your enemy is not always your friend, okay? Let's go. Dude, you notice that Cenk left a lot of that tweet out. So that's why he didn't show it. There's why he didn't show the tweet. Did you see him talk about it? But did you see how Cenk didn't show the tweet? Now we see why Cenk didn't show the tweet. Because the tweet was spot the fuck on, bro. Dude, Cenk is such a, what a prick, bro. Dude, this is like Like Cenk TYT is now engaging in pure right-wing propaganda. 100% propaganda. Who's paying these fuckers? Okay? Who is paying these fuckers? Anybody who doesn't disavow these guys right now is fucking suspect, bro. See? And this is the shit though, guys, that I'm talking about. Is like, this is about that like one issue warning where Anna and Cenk have made Israel like Israel is like the fucking, they're like, Israel is their hammer. And so everything is a nail, right? You know, I don't know. I think I said that wrong. But you know what I'm saying? Like they are now, I don't know, dude. It's like, is it really even true? Or are they just like monetizing this? Like, I'm so confused. I am so confused if they are so blinded by Israel that they're letting Tucker and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens off the hook, right? Like, really? Are they that blinded, or are they just completely full of shit and they are getting paid to try and convert their left-wing audience to the America First Tucker Carlson movement? Okay? You know what I'm saying? Because like literally, guys, you notice what's going on. That the America Firsters are wearing blue hats, okay? And they're trying to spin off the MAGA movement, but they're trying to use the anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian thing to recruit people into their America First movement. And now it seems like Anna and Cenk are like they're trying to coalesce a MAGA light that is like not like anti-Democrat, but also anti-MAGA and anti-GOP, but it is really right-wing fascism. But it is like the blue-hatted America First movement that like, right? Dude, there's some creepy shit going on, boss. All right.
I go to a much, because I don't know anything about Adam. He might be a perfectly lovely guy otherwise, okay? And it's just one tweet. Now I go to Sunny
not
Hostin,
even the whole
who
tweet.
I know is not a good person. So she said on The View, whatever, I don't.
So I don't even know Sunny Hostin. Like, maybe I'm ignorant, or maybe I do know her and I just don't only know her by face. But all right, let's see.
So she said on The View, whatever, I don't believe him. He's not getting a bear hug from me. That's a reference to her debate with 𝗙𝗍𝗽 and Marjorie Taylor Greene on the same issue. She says, I don't think you know the world's on fire. You can't just say, oopsies. Yeah, whatever. Did you ever say oopsies for supporting a man whose brain was leaking out of his ear?
Dude, Joe Biden, like, bro, now we need an oopsie for supporting Joe Biden. Dude, Joe Biden did a damn fine job, okay? Joe Biden couldn't seem to rein in Benjamin Netanyahu, but like, guys, the reason why Joe Biden couldn't rein in Benjamin Netanyahu is two reasons. One is because he was too fucking old, okay? And two, because Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu were working together behind the scenes, guys, okay? That is like really gnarly. Now they're putting Joe Biden, like all of this responsibility on Joe Biden. All right, let's look at the Sunny fucking Hostin actual clip here. All right. All right, here's the actual clip. Oh yeah, I know her. All right, I know who she is now.
And now all of a sudden you want me to forgive you for this situation? No, thank you, Tucker Carlson.
Sonny.
You and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. You know, we'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
No, they won't.
And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not.
You notice how he's looking down the whole time he's saying this, guys? Oh yeah, I will be tormented for a long time, guys. I will be tormented. Looking down when you're talking like that, it doesn't feel very connected, right? Oh yeah. Right, if you go up to someone and you say, yeah, I'm really sorry for what I did to you, Dude, are you really being honest? Like, no, man. When I apologize, I'm like, man, I'm sorry for what I did. Like, what a fuck up this was, right? You know, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be tortured forever. Like, you know, dude, what the fuck, bro?
Intentional.
I don't believe him. He's not getting a bear hug from me. I don't think, you know, the world's on fire and you can't just say oopsies. And the reason that I don't believe him is that, remember when Fox News parted ways with him because of a $787 million settlement over at Dominion over those voting machines? Remember that whole scandal? Well, during that litigation in 2021, he texted someone and said that he hated Trump passionately. And then 2 years later, he said, I'm voting for Trump. And then in 2024, he endorsed him for president. So now all of a sudden, 2021, you hated him. And now all of a sudden, you want me to forgive you for this situation? No, thank you, Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, see, you notice? Yeah, Cenk, much like the rest of Adam Mockler's tweet about Tucker's lying, disingenuous self, Cenk Uygur left out that little whole thing of like why nobody wants to believe Tucker, because Tucker hated Trump, knew he was a liar, knew he was a fraud, and he lied for him for years and helped him get back into power, only to now try to say, hey, Democrats, trust me, bro. I really mean it this time. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Like, they are such liars. And now look at Cenk, dude. Cenk is fucking polishing. Oh, come here. Come here, Tucky. Come here, Trumpy. Come here, Peter Thiel. Oh, come here, buddies. Let me polish that up for you. Oh. Make the check out to Cenk Uygur. That's Uygur. It's Cenk. With a C, C-E-N-K. It looks like Cenk, like Cenk's 2 cents, right? Then make sure to write the check. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right? He's like, dude, what the fuck, bro? Right? What the fuck, dude? There's no way, boss.
Who is such a narcissist that he's willing to hand the election to Trump? He was willing to hand the election to Trump because of his ego. And what did you do out of his? Did you ever say oopsies for supporting a man whose brain was leaking out of his ear? Who is such a narcissist that he's willing to hand the election to Trump?
So he said Joe Biden, whose brain was leaking, was the narcissist willing to hand the election to Trump. But Tucker, who hated Trump, openly admitted they know he's lying, lied for years anyway to the $787 million judgment, getting fired, and then voted for him and endorsed him and campaigned for him. Dude, right? Bro, dude, this is like, this is a left-wing supposedly network. Crazy.
He was willing to hand the election to Trump because of his ego. And what did you do, Sonny? You backed him all the way. Did you ever do a profuse apology? No, because you didn't mind losing as long as you kissed the ass of the powerful, right? So now this guy's trying to help us end a war and you go, I don't want his help. I am morally superior. No, you're not, Sonny. You're morally inferior. Yeah, I said it. So you don't care at all about the Palestinians, the Lebanese. You don't care about our troops dying. You don't care about all the money we're wasting. You don't care about any of that. All you care about is, I'm gonna look down on everyone. And if you're trying to help us with the war, we don't want your help. Snap, oh my God, my brand's so important. Hey everybody, I'm the big warrior against Republicans, love me.
Dude.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I'll tell you this, and I will say this on behalf, and yes, here I do have the enough experience to say this, on behalf of the great majority of Muslims in this country. Whenever I go to a Muslim American event, they thank Tucker Carlson, they thank Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Tom Massey, because they don't have the luxury of going, oh, you know what? I don't care about the genocide. My brand's more important than the genocide. We don't have that luxury. I've talked to guys who lost 300 family members in Gaza.
Dude, what the fuck is he talking about, bro? All of the people he just named, like, voted for Donald Trump, and they voted for the guy who was like massively Zionist. I mean, Trump was hugely Zionist the first time around. He moved the embassy. He created a whole bunch of strife in the Middle East. Jared Kushner took $2 billion from the Saudis after he let a guy get bone sawed, right? I mean, come on, bro. Like, Trump was never, you know, he was like as pro like Netanyahu as he could get. They were fucking practically family. Dude, what the hell, dude?
Are they appreciative of Tucker Carlson's help in trying to end the genocide and war? Yes. Yes, they are. And you don't speak for us. And don't pretend that you speak for us. In fact, what you're doing is you're rubbing salt in our wounds by trying to distance our allies from us who are trying to stop this war and trying to stop Israel's war crimes.
That's right.
You're too busy kissing Israeli ass on television. What did you do to oppose the war, Sonny Hostin? What did you do to oppose the genocide? Did you go and make huge speeches against Israel's war crimes on The View? Because I don't remember it. I don't remember it. I remember Tucker Carlson saying it 20 times, 40 times, 100 times. I don't remember you saying it once.
Dude, Tucker never said that during the fucking campaign, boss. Like, what is he talking about? Dude, Tucker, during 2024, Tucker endorsed the guy who took $200 million from Miriam Adelson. Okay, can we look at something, guys? You ready? Let's just look at this. All right, you ready? Here we go. Look at Donald Trump. Okay? Look at his AIPAC tracker, boss. 230 million. Dude, Tucker endorsed this guy. And now you're saying Tucker wants to end the genocide. Bro, let's look at fucking JD Vance, 167 grand. Pete Hegseth, right? We got Marco Rubio's got $1 million. Kristi Noem, all right. There's Michael Waltz, 250,000. Tulsi Gabbard is pretty small, but the big one is Trumpy, okay? I thought JD Vance's would have actually been higher, but dude, look at that shit, right? Look at that. But isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? That is nuts. 230 million. There's nobody, okay? There's nobody that is like even close to that, okay? Isn't that fucking crazy? And Tucker endorsed and voted for that guy. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Tucker endorsed and voted for that guy. And now we're supposed to believe that he's like, all of a sudden is really concerned about the Muslims.
And not anywhere near as passionately. And did you switch tens of millions of Republicans' minds on this issue? Did you switch anyone's mind on this issue? No, you had a lot of snappy snaps about how everybody should follow you because you're the queen of some sort of uber left or whatever the hell you think you are. And by the way, we're the ones who have been right about war and fighting against genocide here on the left the entire time. Now, as our right-wing brothers and sisters who are Americans join our fight, you do not get to chase them away. So if you ever listen to some person,
dude, we're chasing them away, Cenk. Fuck you,
claiming
boss.
to be on the left, claiming to be a liberal who's willing to hurt the cause of stopping this war, understand they're not really on the left. They're all about themselves and they're deeply, deeply selfish.
Dude, what are the comments here? Right? Great presentation. Dude, that is crazy, bro. That is insane, dude. There's just no way, dude. Dude, like, who are these people? Dude. This person says, I voted for Trump in this election because the message was populist. Dude, that is so wild. They are captured, right? They are captured, dude. Dude, they are captured. Do they get sorted by I don't know. I mean, normally they get sorted by, you can look at them, like you can choose to sort by the newest or the top. But if you look at the top, right? You see, what's crazy about this, guys, is they don't have comments that are getting a lot of play, right? Which is weird. Okay. It's very weird. Like, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that, you know, some of these comments are, you know, this comment was 6 hours ago and only has 6 thumbs up, which is like really strange that like this video has 60,000 views and it's not getting a lot of, like, they don't get a lot of activity, you know? I mean, it's just weird. Like if we were to go to my channel, okay, and we were to look at the videos and go back and grab a video that like this video, right, about Kyle Kulinski got 20,000 views. So it has a third as many views as the Cenk TYT video, okay? And if we look at my comments, okay, and we look at my comments and we sort by the top, the featured comments, or let's sort by the newest, right? See, but look at these. Some of these have 30, 60, right? 84. You see how many likes? 94. You see how many likes these comments are getting, right? That there's like a lot of activity. Look at this one. Has 157 likes. The guy's comment got liked by 157, 170. Okay, 168, right? You see the activity? Like, people are really resonating with the commenters, okay? And that's 20,000 views. But look at, like, Cenk TYT's, if we sort by the top comments, like, dude, none of these comments are getting any activity. Like, nobody's actually liking it, which is like, it's like there's like not a very engaged audience at all. Okay. It's like really weird that like there's, you know what I'm saying? Like the most we've seen is like a 12 like comment, which is like, that is like one of the weirdest, like least engaged audiences that I've seen, because normally when you get comments, people are interacting with the comments. If you have like a real audience that is engaged, they're really like interacting with shit, you know? You know what I'm saying? And so that's what really weird, you know, that like, I don't know, their engagement is really, it's really unusual that their engagement is so dead and bland, right? Yeah, I don't know, man. There's like not a lot of engagement happening here with any of this shit, you know? Yeah, I don't know. It's very bizarre. Looking at their stuff is very, very fucking bizarre, right? But yeah, that's wild, dude. That is like, man, you know, I again, like, they are like they are trying to sell us more right-wing fascism. You know what I'm saying? They are. Like, they're trying to sell us more right-wing fascism. So that is really fucking strange, dude. Right? I mean, you know. Do I think it's natural? What this, like, do I think this shit is natural? I mean, so it's like, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I mean, what I think about this when I look at this, I think, here's what I think, guys. I don't think that this is necessarily like fake. I think that they no longer have an engaged audience. Okay, that, you know, like the people that are watching this video, like probably 80% of the people watching this video are people doing what I'm doing now, that are either like contenting it or they're watching it in disgust and discouragement, and many of them are probably tuning out. But they no longer have a supportive audience, right? They're like, you know, I don't know, man. Like, even if you look at the audience, like, you know, even the most liked posts are the people that are saying, dude, Tucker is fucking bullshit. Okay? Like, what are you doing? How are you supporting Tucker? You know what I mean? But like, I mean, their audience was left-wing, and so their left-wing audience is probably watching this in just absolute disbelief and being like, what the fuck? And then they're courting a right-wing audience, but their any right-wing audience that is watching this is not really gonna be pro Anna and Cenk. They're just using them to be like, aha. See, even the leftists are saying that, like, the Democrats are bad, right? So they're probably getting some of that, right? But you know, and they're probably having some bot traffic somewhere in there, because they're definitely trying to like swing, dude. But man, I don't know, dude. This is just genuinely weird. Like, you know, because I don't know, man. Like, I just don't know, like, who are they working for? You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, who are they working for? Okay? Because you look at the sum total. They've switched out their blue. Okay? Let's just even look at the Young Turks. Okay? I'm just going to look at this for a minute. Okay? If you look at their videos, all right? You look at their backgrounds. Okay? They have switched out their blue for this broken American flag theme. Okay? Now, they had a very distinct background, okay, that they used to use. All right? Their background, if we go back, even if we go back a couple months, for the longest time, their background, like the Cenk and Anna background, was blue. It was Democratic blue, okay? And I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I'm going to go back and see when they fucking switched it, okay? But their background was always this. You're seeing Cenk TYT. It was the standard blue squares, okay? This was their background, all right? And even a month ago, this was their fucking background, okay? That was it, all right? That was their thing. That has been their standard, sort of, okay? You know what I mean? And I mean, that was their thing, dude. It was always the blue, okay? It was always the fucking, the TYT blue, okay? And that has been that for a long time, dude. Several years it has been the blue. But now, if you look, they have come out and become like a distinctly, let's try to find when it starts here, okay? They're still blue in March. That's like a month ago. They're still blue. All right, here we go. Now we're seeing the American flag shit crop up, right? We're seeing the American flag crop up in March, okay? And since the American flag thing, I'm not seeing any of the videos with the regular blue background. It seems to have shifted to either this whatever blue stars loosely based on the American flag or the fucking, right? They've switched now to this weird broken American flag. Now, which is a little bit similar to their really old shit. Like, you know, they used to have a multicolor thing like that. If we look at TYT in 2016, okay? Right? This is, right? You see what this was? This was, what year was this, dude? This was fucking, right? That is 2016, okay? So they're going back to, they're returning to a modified version of what they used to look like, but it was less straight American flag, but it's a little similar to their old thing. You know, I mean, here's what it looked like. This was their legacy TYT banner was this sort of like hodgepodge. And then they went to all the blue squares, but now they're sort of returning to that, right? But it is actually a piecemeal American flag that they're sort of switching to. I mean, it's weird. And now they're like, forgive Tucker and like, I don't know, dude. I just feel very fucking conned by these people, you know? They're like very, very like conning at this point. But they're trying to sort of turn back the clock. Right? They're definitely trying to turn back the clock, boss. Right? That is some weird shit, bro. Right? It is some weird shit, dude. They're like, I don't know, man. Yeah. Right? Yeah, no, I know. They're like fucking dude. But you notice though that now they are like it's just weird, guys, because if you noticed, okay? If you notice with them that like they were vehemently like anti-Biden and anti-Kamala, okay? And then, you know, after the election, he was like, oh, I'm hopeful about Trump. But now they're vehemently anti-fucking Trump and pro-Tucker. You're saying discussing them, stop platforming them? No, that's incorrect, boss. Like, not talking about people that are being toxic does not help, okay? You have to counter the fucking propaganda, right? I am not platforming TYT, right? TYT is you know, they're already being platformed. They have way more money, you know? But this needs to be messaged against because they're trying to like confuse leftism with America firstism, and we need to make sure that transition does not happen, boss. You know, like this absolutely needs to be talked about. You know what I'm saying? You can't let it fucking die in the darkness. Dude, that's crazy. Right? Dude, that is crazy, bro. You can't. They're trying to fucking repackage Tucker Carlson, trying to sell it to left wingers. Like, we need to, like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, people should have been doing more of this years ago, man. Like, the problem is, like, not fucking focusing on this shit. You know? That's fucking so crazy. But again, though, guys, I think if there's a lesson out of this, if there's a lesson out of this, I feel like this ties into like what we were talking about early, okay? When we were going back and forth about like the anti-Zionism thing, guys, where like the enemy of your enemy is not necessarily your friend. You know what I'm saying? Which means like somebody being anti-Zionist doesn't mean they're on your side if you are anti-Zionist, okay? And somebody being a little bit like Zionist isn't necessarily not on your side because you have to figure out like what is our actual goal here, right? When it comes to like the Israel and the not Israel thing, because there's like a couple things at play with Israel, where one of it is us giving money to Israel. Other is, you know, foreign policy in the Middle East, right? Other is, you know, Israel's money in American politics. But like, we do have to sort of figure out like, what is our, you know, like on the left wing, like what do we really want out of this package? Okay, because I'm telling you right now, okay, I am telling you right now, guys, that there's like two things that I feel like are happening simultaneously, where on the one hand, there's a section of the Democratic Party that wants to stop the genocidal behavior in the Middle East, okay? And they want to have like a two-state solution or some type of peace between Palestine and Israel, right? Although what is even Palestine anymore? Because it's been gutted, like, you know what I mean? Like Gaza has been so destroyed, like what would a two-state solution even look like now after this mess, right? While Israel's like tearing through the West Bank and Lebanon and everything else. But like, so we have some leftists that seem to be genuine that are like, no, we want to figure out some peaceful solution, no more money to Israel, and we want to fucking defend the Palestinian people. Okay. Then you have people like Nick Fuentes, who I believe that Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson are like the same thing, okay? Okay, Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, to me, there is no difference between those two, okay? There is no difference, okay? They are white Christian nationalists, period. Any other view that they have about Israel or whatever, war or not war or whatever, I don't care about any of their other shit. At their core, both Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes are white Christian nationalists, period. Okay? And so is Candace Owens, and so is Megyn Kelly, okay? And right? And so is Erica Kirk, and so is TPUSA, and so is right? But the only difference between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly and Erica Kirk is some feelings about Israel. Okay? That's it. But they are the same thing. But what I feel like, guys, is that some of those guys Okay, some of the Tucker Carlsons and the Megyn Kellys and the whatever, I think they're trying to accomplish the same thing as like the Heritage Foundation and TPUSA, but they're thinking, well, we can't do it without getting some of the Democrats. We got to get some of the left-wing people on our side. And so they're trying to move into this anti-Zionist zone where they're like, no, let's just forget about our differences, but like, we got to be anti-Israel together. But their actual goal is not about anti-Israel at all. Their actual goal is white Christian nationalism, but they're figuring if they can build some populist wing in the middle there somewhere that is like forgets about every issue but the Zionism thing, and they get some anti-Zionist people into their ranks that they can build a get into power on anti-Zionism, and then they can just jettison everything. Okay? Like jettison all concern about like the rule of law. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like to me. It feels like to me that they're trying to make America first seem like a thing that even Democrats could support. Like, but it's actually even more right-wing Christian nationalists than MAGA is now, because it's not like rubes. They're also aligned with like all the old money and the fucking technocrats and all of that shit. I mean, doesn't that seem weird? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if there's a horseshoe thing happening or what, right? I don't know. It just feels very weird to me, you know? You know what I'm saying? That it's like the Christian nationalists are realizing they can't Christian nationalists with just the right wing. And so they're trying to find something, they're trying to find a single issue that will galvanize left and right wing people together, but they're not doing it for the benefit of civil rights or for the benefit of actually making the world a better place. They're doing it in order to entrench white Christian fascism, right? And you know, and the right wingers had a lot of success single issuing abortion. That's been a huge success for them. And they recently have single issued transgender issues, and they had some success, even being able to win with an insurrectionist. So I'm afraid that people are trying to single issue like Zionism, but they're actually the force behind it is not like good, you know what I mean? And I felt like these forces were actively working in 2024 already. Like I felt like the Democratic split on Gaza was being exacerbated by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu and other forces in the Middle East. I felt like that in 2020, that there were like, you know, things at play that were trying to get Donald Trump into office by making the Democrats fight with each other. And now I feel like those same forces are trying to like, you know, like make us, you know, think that Erica Kirk is like the bad Christian nationalist and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are really more populist and closer to the left wing than we thought, right? But they're not. Erica Kirk and Tucker Carlson are the same fucking thing, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu, Erica Kirk, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, they're the same thing, guys, okay? They're the same thing, but they're trying to use the the feelings, like our pathos for the genocide, to just remaneuver it, you know, to remaneuver. Like they still want white Christian nationalism, but they're realizing that they can't do it with MAGA. They need like leftists on board. You know what I'm saying? They need to, like, I don't know, like, you know how 𝗙ście🗍😍 was like, yeah, I'm a progressive, and then all of a sudden she gets in there and she starts detonating shit. I feel like there's like like, you know, they're like if the leftists are unhappy in the Democratic Party, let's try to create a Christian nationalist power structure that makes the leftists feel like they're being heard, right? You know what I mean? Like there's something weird going on where, you know, I don't know, it just feels weird to me, right? And it felt weird to me in 2024, guys. Though this was why I kept like trying to advocate for like, let's just get a Democrat into office and then let's fight about Zionism when the Democrat is in office, okay? That's what I felt like we needed to do in 2024, was get the Democrats in power, and then once they were in power, we could fight about fucking what we were going to do about Israel. And like, you know, and now I feel like there are still elements out there that are trying to fracture the Democratic Party, okay? But they're saying they're doing it because the Democrats aren't fighting the genocide hard enough. But in fact, that fracturing of the Democratic Party will create nothing but a more genocidal, more aggressively brutal, like Middle East fucking bullshit, you know? And I don't like that fucking feeling that like trying to fracture the Democratic Party over Zionism is going to put us in the hands of like the uber Zionists. Because I'm not saying there's not some Zionism in the Democratic Party. Oh, there is. Wherever there are Christians, there are Zionists. You know what I'm saying? But like, there's like, I don't know. I feel like there are shades of Zionism. There are Zionists who believe that like, yeah, Israel has a right to exist, but we shouldn't be funding them. Okay. And those people are better than the people who like want to just take away all civil rights in America and become a fascist government that then fucking takes all the oil from the Middle East. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so I don't think even every Zionist is the fucking same. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's shades of Zionism too. I really do. I really think there are shades of it. Like, it's not an on-off switch, right? It's like, you know, and I think if we make the Zionism an on-off switch, that is going to give the Christian nationalists a way to like, you know what I'm saying? Because like right now, guys, Trump is in power, but like everybody in Trump's cabinet is like incompetent and they're leaking on him, and he's a terrible leader, and he's not completely breaking the law. He'll skirt up to breaking the law, but Trump is so manipulated by what people think of him that he is like still malleable. Like if everybody disapproves of Trump, he will back down, right? And he's more concerned about his own personal enrichment. But I feel like if Tucker Carlson and his brand of like Heritage Foundation people got in power, that maybe those guys would just start breaking the law in a ruthless and calculated way, and right? You know what I mean? And I mean, guys, you ready for this? Like, I don't know, man. Like this is, I don't know. It's just, shit's getting really creepy, guys. I feel like shit is getting really creepy. And like, you know, like, you know, Do I have any examples of people who don't want to monetarily support Israel? I mean, yeah. I mean, dude. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think there are a lot of people. I think there are a lot of Americans that like are not anti-Israel, but they don't want to give Israel money. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I think that there are a lot of American voters that like aren't like Zionism is not a thing to a lot of American voters. Okay, Zionism is a thing to a lot of politically active and politically aware people. But I mean, I think if you went to the Midwest and you went to the average town in the Midwest and started asking voters in the Midwest what Zionism is, they wouldn't even know what that term means. Okay. And if you just said, do you think Israel's our friend or foe? If they're Christians, they would think Israel is our friend simply through their Christianity, right? And so I think it is complicated because like it's like the issue of Israel means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, okay? You know what I'm saying? And so like but here is what I am saying is what I am saying is that we do not want in the Democratic Party, okay? We do not want like the term Zionism to be the only thing that determines how we vote. I think if the term Zionism is the thing that makes you vote yes or no, I think that is very fucking dangerous. Okay? That is very fucking dangerous because then you're letting people know that if they want to infiltrate your new voting thing, all they have to do is say something about that one issue. Okay? It's like the same way that AIPAC like moves their money around and hides their money. Like I think we have to be discerning about like how this anti-Zionism movement is being used and who it's becoming used by, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I already feel like people are manipulating it. You know, I do. I already feel like people are manipulating it. And I think that that's problematic for us, guys. Like we're going to be because the thing is, guys, okay, is again, you ready? Like, listen to me. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing about this, how deep, I've never really had a conversation with Jenny about this. Okay. Jenny's not like her concerns are like Jenny and I, like we don't really talk about this. Jenny is like she's, you know, like Zionism or that Israel stuff is not like a huge deal to her. Like Jenny's not really super political. She is more like, you know, about human rights in America and more about personal healing. But like Jenny and I don't have talks about Israel, right? We don't. You know what I'm saying? Like hardly ever do we talk about Israel. Like 1% of the time. It just doesn't really come up, right? Now my son, who is very pro-Palestinian, we had a lot of talks about Israel and like for sure. But it's interesting though, because Bryce has moved to New York City and Bryce is like, I don't know. He's like, you know, he's like seeing a lot bigger of a picture of the world now that he's living in a place where there's, you know, like Orthodox Jewish and Reformist Jewish communities and Muslims and right. He's living in the center of a city with a lot of different angles on that thing. And he's even evolving and starting to like have a much wider picture of the whole thing than he had. Like he's noticing tensions in New York City and shit from different communities that are making him be like, oh wow, you know, like there's a lot more to this than he thought. You know, even, you know what I mean? Like there's like let me just tell you, okay, you ready? I think when Bryce lived in Portland, he thought the like Palestine, Israel, Zionist, anti-Zionist thing was a switch that had you were either this or you were that. And now that he's living in communities with a whole bunch of different like Jewish and Muslim groups in this big city, he's seeing that it's not just a switch of on or off. It's like a switch of like 20 different fucking shades. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like he's just had a lot of new information that you can't, every anti-Zionist candidate is not our friend, okay? And every pro-Israel candidate is not our enemy, okay? That every pro-Israel person is not a Zionist. And right? You see what I'm saying? That there are a lot of shades, okay? You know what I mean? There are a lot of shades. It's not simply that like, right? Does that make sense? That you can be pro-Israel and not be a Zionist, and you can be anti-Israel and not be an anti-Zionist, okay? Because there's like a lot of different shades of gray, and there's a lot of different fucking, you know what I'm saying? And that's what's really fucking confusing about this, because it's like, you know what I mean? And like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's really hard because I'm being pulled. I feel like I have been watching this evolve, okay, where you know, all of a sudden, like people, there are some people in America, okay, that feel like they're like Israel is more of an issue to them than like our own civil rights here in America, okay? And like, that's weird. Like where, you know, I don't know, dude. That's fucking weird to me. That, you know, I don't know. Dude, I don't know. I just don't know how to process all this shit. I just know that like, I'm not going to make like, you know, like I'm not looking at my candidate decisions by merely like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not merely, I'm not merely like making my political decisions by where people are getting their money from like a single source, or like what Zionist or not Zionist is, right? You know what I'm saying? So the thing about this, guys, is like, my thing is Dether, here's the thing. When you say, why aren't you more supportive of an integrated one-state solution versus wanting an ethno-nationalist state and a Muslim one? But like, my thing is this, Dether. Why am I, as an American, supposed to be solving that issue in the Middle East? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you're asking me why I am like, I don't feel like it is my business to be solving that Middle East thing. Shouldn't Saudi Arabia and Palestine and Iran and Oman and Yemen and Jordan and Syria and Israel, shouldn't they be all figuring that shit out? Like, why am I having to, right? That's not my country. You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, apartheid is wrong. You know, But like, guys, we have like apartheid still going on here in America a little bit, guys. Have you gone to the American inner cities? I mean, do you want to take a drive into fucking Compton and shit? Do you want to take a drive into like the inner city in Cincinnati? Like we have some of that shit going on here in America. Dude, we had ICE killing American citizens, for Christ's sake. And like, you know, and so like for me, I would be good with simply not funding Israel. But guys, Canal, the thing is the thing that you must ask though is like when you say, I am not supporting America supporting a colonial state, okay? I just simply can't do anything individually to stop it, okay? I only have one House representative I get to vote for. I have 2 senators I get to vote for. And I have a president that I get to vote for, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like, so I am voting or trying to do my best to vote to like stop that funding. But I am like really concerned about like what's going on in my own country, okay? And I am more concerned about what's going on in my own country. So like, I don't know. And it's weird though, because it's like, I feel like a lot of Americans are now way more concerned with what's going on in Israel than what they are concerned with what's going on here. And I feel like that's how we ended up with Donald Trump, is because we in the Democratic Party became so obsessed with Israel that like, instead of just banding behind Kamala Harris, we got so upset that Kamala Harris didn't say the right thing. She didn't do the right thing. She didn't disavow Biden, whatever. Somehow we all fucked up and a bunch of us stayed home because we were so brokenhearted. And now we got Donald Trump, man. And like, I don't know, dude. I am just like, it's like, I mean, I don't think there should be an apartheid state, but right? I don't. But I also, though, like, are we supposed to go blow them up? Like, no, we should stop funding them. Okay, we should. But like, dude, I don't know. I don't know what else to do to like stop funding them. I don't want to fight so hard to stop funding them that I end up being victimized by a fascist government, which is what I feel like we did in 2024. We were so focused on not funding Israel that we ended up completely funding Israel and going to war. You know what I'm saying? And like, so I don't know. I'm just really confused as like what to do. But I do know this though, guys. Okay? I do know this, that like, I suspect it's not even our government. Okay? It seems like it's our government and our corporations and our stock market. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And like, right? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Like the thing about it is like, let's look at AIPAC, right? Like, if we get rid of AIPAC funding and we stop funding Israel, okay, then like the Middle East, okay, like for example, if we stop funding Israel, that's not going to bring peace to the Middle East, right? Like you're aware of that, right? That if we stop funding Israel and we cut them off, AIPAC is gone, not a cent goes to Israel. Fuck them. There's not going to be peace in the Middle East. Okay, right? There's still going to be this ginormous like situation over there that could very well disrupt our oil supply and shit. So like I like we could go that route, but then what do we do? You know what I mean? Like, what do we, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do we do then? Right? You know, like I'm super confused at that point. Like, for you guys who are really into this issue, after we stop funding Israel and there's a bunch of chaotic war and turmoil and shit over there, and maybe we stop funding Israel and then maybe Iran goes to war with Israel like the Ukraine and Russia are going to war. And then what do we do when does Israel drop a nuke on Iran? Or does does Israel does Iran take over Israel and gut it and put a whole bunch of Israelis into camps and then we forget about that? You know what I mean? What is our end game at? And I think this is a legitimate question. I'm not saying we should fund Israel, but if we stop funding Israel, I think somebody's going to take over Israel, right? If you know what I mean? If we stop funding Israel, you don't think those Middle Eastern countries that Israel's been bullying for 70 years, they're not going to just forget about it, right? They're all going to kick the shit out of Israel and wipe it off the map, right? Aren't they? Realistically, do we not think that would happen? And then what would that I don't know. Is that going to end the strife in the Middle East? I don't know. Do we know what that would look like? You know? Would Israel partner up with somebody else? Who else has an interest there? Would Israel partner up with fucking Russia or I don't know. And I'm just saying I don't know what would come of that, you know? And so I just don't know, you know what I'm saying? If you say this, you ready? So check this out, guys. Okay. If we stop partnering with Israel, do we stop giving Ukraine money too? You know what I mean? Are we supposed to do that in Ukraine too, where we don't give them any money? And so, you know, because I know, I think Israel is already they're already, they got to be tied to other people than just us. So I don't know, guys. Here's what I don't like. Okay. What I don't like is this. And I could be wrong on this, but guys, I don't like that. Abortion rights are gone in half of the country, right? Okay. Trans rights are gone and people are making laws to fucking, you know what I'm saying? That are taking away transgender people's rights. TPUSA is trying to get into high schools and everybody's asking me how I want to fix Israel. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What about you know what I mean? You know? I don't know, dude. That seems really weird to me. Why are we spending 40% of our time talking about Israel when our human rights are disappearing here? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't know, dude. It's super confusing, boss. It is super fucking confusing to me, guys, because it is, you know, it seems we're more concerned about we're paying more attention to, you know, who's funded by AIPAC than who's losing their civil rights. You know? And I don't know, man. I'm really confused by that. But you know, but guys, here's the thing that's confusing to me, guys. Okay? And can you guys, can you help me out on this? Okay? But and help me out on this, okay? Right? our money. So check this out. Okay, you ready? So Israel is an ethno state, right? But like Saudi Arabia is an ethno state, right? And like aren't a lot of those Arab countries also ethno states? Isn't like every country in the Middle East sort of an ethno state? Like, I mean, they even have like specific religious government. You know what I'm saying? So there are, you're saying that the Jews in Iran have equal rights, right? I mean, do they really? Do they really have equal rights, or do they really just stay out of the way? You know? I mean, I don't know. I've never gone to a synagogue in Iran, right? I don't like, you know what I'm saying? I've never been there and like seen what it's like. I know that like the gay people certainly don't have like rights, and women have grappled with rights and shit. You know what I'm saying? But Iran is definitely, you know, a deep, thick Muslim rule, and like, you know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's what's really confusing to me. You know, I don't know. That whole area is really confusing to me. Right? You know? I mean, you know, I don't know, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, dude. I just feel like I feel like so the thing is though, is like, let me just ask you this, right? The Palestinians are not equal in Israel. Yeah, no, I know. Well, I mean, I don't like the thing about this though, guys, is like, here's what's confusing is you say that the Palestinians are not equal in Israel, but like the black people aren't equal in America, you know? And like, so like it's really confusing to me that we're concerned about the Palestinians not being equal in Israel, but we're not more concerned about the black people not being equal in America. And that to me is really confusing, because it's like, I would want to be focusing on the fucking inequality and shit here in America first. And I'd like to just let Israel fuck off and let them figure out their own shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, you know what I'm saying? Dude. Right? It's like, you know? But so let me ask you this, guys. Midnight. So let me ask you this, okay? Because you said the Palestinians are being wiped out. So here's what I don't understand, guys. Why is it that Saudi Arabia, why isn't Saudi Arabia like helping the Palestinians? You know what I'm saying? Like, can somebody answer me that? Why Saudi Arabia is not helping the Palestinians? They have a tremendous amount of military might. and they have a lot of like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, no, I'm serious. I'm like, I don't understand, like, why is it like, but so what you're saying though is that there's like an ethno-statism to Saudi Arabia, okay? Is essentially what you're saying, is like, where I said I think that they're all kind of ethno-states in the Middle East, and everyone's like, no, Israel is the only ethno-state, but like, I don't know. I still don't buy that. I still don't buy that Israel is the only ethno-state there. I think that there's a little ethno-statism even amongst like there are sects of Muslims that are, right? Like if like you can't freely practice religion necessarily. I don't know. I just don't feel like, I don't believe the religious fucking freedom in the other like Arab Muslim states is as free as everybody's telling me it is. Like I don't know, dude. I don't have an answer for this. Okay, I honestly don't have an answer for this. I don't, obviously, but I guess, guys, here's the thing that like here's the thing that I like. So somebody said, okay, somebody said here that the Palestinians are being wiped out, okay, which is like heartrending and like fucking hugely problematic, right? But guys, there's like genocides going on in Africa, and like we're not concerned about the genocides in Africa. And there's like, it feels like there's some ethno-state stuff going on in Africa too. And it feels like some of the other Muslim countries in Africa, or I mean, in the Middle East, are ethno-state-ish. And I get really, really confused. Like I think if we simply stop funding Israel, okay, so let me ask you guys this. If we just stop funding Israel, okay, and then we like, do you think, with a yes or no answer, if we stop funding Israel, is the warring in the Middle East going to end? Okay, if we stop funding Israel, will the Middle East continue to war, or will the warring stop? Like say, tell me the war will stop or the war will continue, because I don't know what you're yes or noing. So if we stop funding Israel, will the Middle East continue to war? Right? There will still be war in the Middle East. Okay? It will continue. Okay, now my question is, if we stop it and the war continues in the Middle East, are those wars still going to affect us and our economy here? And then what will, like, and if it will, what would we then have to do, right? Because like look at, right now, Russia is warring with Ukraine, and like, but we're trying to stop that war, because that war is obviously affecting us and it's threatening Europe. And like, so like, I don't know. It's like, that's what's really confusing to me is I guess with me, guys, you ready? I think this, okay? This is what I think is crazy. I think if we fund Israel or we don't fund Israel, there's still going to be war and unrest in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? And like that, I mean, there's been war and unrest there since before Israel existed, okay? Now, I don't know what we do even after we stop funding Israel, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like for example, right now, see, you know how the Overton window moves, right? The Overton window moves, okay? Okay, right? Now, if let's look at this as an Overton window thing, where right now the window is like, oh my God, dude, there was just this crazy genocidal play in Gaza, and they're fucking gutting that shit, okay? So now my thing is we're gonna stop funding Israel to end the genocide, okay? Perfect. We're done funding Israel. But now, guys, if we stop funding Israel and Israel partners up with Russia or somebody else and the warring continues in the Middle East, are all of those left-wing influencers that just want us to end the genocide or end the funding of it, are they going to stop concerning about our involvement in the Middle East? Or are they going to want to move the window to now we got to like stop Israel, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that's my thing is after we stop funding Israel and the war continues, then what are we going to have to save the Palestinians? Are we going to have to rebuild Gaza and give it back to like is there more that's going to be required of us? If we stop funding Israel, do we have to force Israel to give the land back? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, because the thing that's really hard is I don't think there's an end in there because of oil, okay? I think somewhere underneath this, there is like a huge amount of the most valuable substance on planet Earth, this finite substance under that ground, and that there's always going to be a jockeying in there somewhere. And as we run out of oil, it's only going to continue to get worse. So like, I guess for me is I am totally fine with like, yeah, okay, let's cut off money for Israel, you know, but I once we cut off money for Israel, I don't think we're in a place that is any less confusing. You know what I'm saying? You're saying Israel will have to make peace. They won't be able to keep up fighting. But yeah, but nerdy black woman, like you would say that about Iran, right? Iran has been under sanctions and shit, but like when you take away people's money and you take away all their shit, like sometimes they don't like disappear. They find underground ways of like getting money or getting weapons, right? You know what I mean? Like who's to say if Saudi Arabia, like does Saudi Arabia fund Israel? I mean, because Saudi Arabia hates Iran, right? Because of the different Muslim sects, right? They're two different sects, aren't they? So is Saudi Arabia funding Israel secretly too? I mean, they've certainly, with the amount of warring they do, they got to be getting more than our $3.8 billion a year. You know what I mean? Like their war machine over there is insane. And we're spending like $1 billion a day. So I think Israel's getting money from more than just us. Somebody else is funding those motherfuckers because they're at war like all the time, bro. Where'd they get that money? They're like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, even if we give them $20 billion a year, they're spending more than that. Like, I don't know, dude. You know? So I don't know, dude. Like, you know? I mean, I guess I just wonder, like, where does this end? Okay? Because when I look at, like, you know, I guess it's like I want to stop funding Israel, but I don't feel like, I feel like after we stop funding Israel, that we're not going to be out of there yet. That then the like, I feel like there are factions of the left and the right wing in America that want a different level of involvement in the Middle East, okay? Like, I think I think that there are some people that in America that want us to not just cut off money to Israel, but that want us to actually like fight Israel and help establish like Palestinian power and shit. And like, I don't know, man. I just don't know. I just don't know what we do after we stop funding Israel, right? Because I guess I don't feel like the war's going to get less necessarily, And I know, and I mean, so the thing is Israel was intended as like, it was like intended, like I think there were good intentions with the creation of Israel, because it was like on the the heels of the Holocaust, and there was like, wow, this horrific thing happened and nobody really stopped it until you got to like the very end, like the damage had already been done when it got stopped. And so then the big colonial powers of America and Britain said, hey, we're going to give you this land and we're going to give you this to sort of make up for this shit. But then somewhere along the line, America also realized, whoa, now we got this ally. We can just, militarize that country. And now we can control the Middle East, and Israel will take the rap for it. And we can just fuck everything up over there. Right? You know what I mean? So like, but yes. But I guess, guys, and call me crazy, okay? But you ready? You ready? And hear me out on this, okay? I want to stop funding Netanyahu's regime. And I think what happened in Gaza is fucking horrible. And I'm also worried that after 70 years of Israeli government going to war with everybody, that some really bad things are going to happen to all the Israeli people, like shortly thereafter. And like, I don't see how that wouldn't take place. You know what I mean? Like, and that doesn't mean we should continue funding Israel, but I think the minute we cut off Israel, something's going to go on there where either somebody else in the Middle East is going to fund Israel or like, I mean, are they just going to forget about it? Are they going to, I mean, are all those countries just going to forget about the 70 years? Like, really? Is that really going to happen? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Can I just tell you this, guys? It's like if somebody was attacking us for 70 years and they lost their funding, I think I would want to fucking kick them in the fucking nuts, You know what I'm saying? But again, though, like, let's stop funding Israel. But like, guys, I just don't see the thing about this is this, okay? Is like, I want to stop funding Israel, but like right now, guys, okay, you ready? You know how, and hear me out on this, and then I do have to go because I have to make videos, and I know I'm not knowledgeable about this, but just hear me out on this, okay? Do you know how the right wing thinks if they just get rid of the immigrants, everything in America is going to be better, okay? Right? They believe that the immigrants are the drain on all of our funding, that it's affecting housing and the economy and the jobs and everything. And so the right wing believes if we remove these immigrants, all of America's problems are magically going to get better. Okay? Okay? Right? That's what the right wing believes. Now, guys, I think that there are some people in America that think if we just stop funding Israel, everything's going to be fine, and we're going to have health care, and we're going to have education, and we're going to have all this shit the day we stop funding Israel. And again, I want to stop funding Israel, but I also don't think when we stop funding Israel, all of our problems are fixed, nor are all of the Palestinian problems are fixed. We are just going to have a whole other like set of issues that we are going to be confronted with. And so, like, do we stop it? Sure. But like, you know what I mean? But like, dude, like Israel, if we give them like $20 billion a year, that's like the national parks budget. You know what I'm saying? That's like 1/3 of what we used on USAID. I mean, right? So like, I mean, how much money do you think we're giving Israel per year, right? I know we have 3.8 billion hardwired into it. You know what I'm saying? But like, how much money do you guys think we're giving to Israel right now every year, right? How much money are we giving to Israel right now every year? Like, what's the total, do you think? Right? No, I'm saying what's the total, like, you know, that we're giving? I mean, including all of their defense and shit. What is the total amount of aid you think we're giving them every year? Right? You know what I mean? You know, I'm just curious. I don't know what that number is. And like I would like to know, I would like an idea from you guys who follow this very carefully, what you think that total number is. All right? Somebody said 4 billion. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like 21 billion. All right? Because like, again, all right? But so let's say it's 20 billion, okay? So 20 billion. All right, so what is a government program that is funded with 20 billion? All right? So like, you know, so the U.S. arms package to Israel was 20 billion. So like, you know what I mean? But so what I'm saying is like, if we keep that 20 billion, which we can, right? Like, fuck Israel, screw them. We're not giving you any more money. Okay. But now, like, what is that? Right? With that 20 billion, like that is not, you know, like what is the budget? Hold on, you ready for this? What is the budget of Los Angeles total? Okay, so the total Los Angeles budget is 14.85 billion. Okay, so that means the like the money we're giving to Israel could fund like one of our major cities every year. So we're spending like one major city funding a year, which is like crazy. That's a lot. Like one major city a year, that's a lot of money. But what I'm saying is that is a lot of money, and that is like, there's no reason we should be giving them that. But like, how much did we give farmers in 2025? In 2025, farmers got 12 billion, okay? So like my point being is that is a lot of money, and let's cut it off. But that is not going to solve any of our fucking actual problems. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like how much for nationwide school lunch? Let's see. So let's see, to fund nationwide school lunch for every school. Okay, let's see, dude. So okay. So we could fund nationwide school lunch if we stop funding Israel. Okay? Right? That it looks like it's about the same thing, right? So we stop funding Israel and we fund nationwide school lunch with that money. Okay? Now, that I think is like, seems like, dude, we should prioritize that, right? Now, however, though, if we stop funding Israel and we now have our nationwide school lunch, like, will we then, like, what does the world look like then, though? Like, does the warring that continues in the Middle East, are there other costs, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is our next cost? You know, I'm not being jank, dude. I'm asking realistic questions, guys, because the thing is like, I want to stop funding Israel and I want to fund nationwide school lunch, but then we still have to figure out funding education. We still have to figure out our healthcare system. And then what's going to happen when we stop funding Israel? Is there going to be more war there? Are we going to have to fund some other country that Israel attacks? Are we going to have to rebuild over there? Are we going to have to take a whole bunch of like new refugees because there's a crazy war there? Is the oil supply going to be impacted? Will gas prices rise? Like what's going to go on after we stop that funding? Like what happens next? You know what I mean? I mean, because like Ukraine and Russia have been fighting and that shit affects us. And we're funding Ukraine to try and beat off Russia, but we're like kind of holding out. And like, but then like the people that are like, are we just going to stop funding Israel and then just leave the Palestinians in a broken Gaza and like leave them there? Or are we going to help the Palestinian people? Like, are we just going to leave them in the tents and be like, all right, we stop funding Israel, but if Israel finds other money to attack you, we're not getting involved. But what do we do if we stop funding Israel and we get our fucking free lunch, which for the kids? But like, what do we do if Israel gets other money and the warring continues? Do we let them just continue pile driving the Palestinians? But now that we're not paying for it, we just turn around and forget them? Or like, if we care about the Palestinians, do we have to actually rescue the people? Right? Like, that's like where do we stop? Okay. And this is not being jank. It's like, we have to think about what is our long-term goal here? And because like, I don't know, man, I feel like there's a lot of unrest over there and like all of it affects us. And so like, fuck, bro, you know what I mean? Based on what you know, pulling the funding will have a huge positive impact on the Middle East. Hey, man. And like, I think eventually we're going to do it, guys. Okay. I think eventually we're going to do it. But then like, I just like, I don't know what it's going to look like afterwards. Right. You know what I'm saying? You know, cause I mean, guys, like tell me this. Okay. Can you guys tell me this, guys? So let me ask you this. Okay, is why is there a genocide going on in Africa, but we're not funding that? Like, who's funding the genocide in Africa? Okay, like who's funding the genocide in Africa? And like, why aren't we doing any of that shit? Like, why is that genocide like meaningless to us? Is it because there's no oil in Africa? You know what I'm saying? Or because we don't care about the African people? Like, who's funding that? You know? You know what I mean? You know? It's like, I don't know, dude. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I feel like Saudi Arabia is a very big fucking player. Okay? You know? You know what I'm saying? Right? I mean, like, I suspect, okay? You ready for this, guys? I suspect that we are funding all of the genocides. Okay? I do. I suspect that the U.S. is funding all of the genocides and that the U.S. is in some way funding all of the military unrest or trying to profit from it. I mean, we are the weapons dealer of the whole world, right? Like the cartels in Mexico. Like, where did the cartels get their guns, guys? Right? You know? I mean, so, like, you know, I mean, I don't know, dude. I just don't, you know, I am fucking perplexed by this, okay? Because, you know, I don't know where it ends, okay? You know why, guys? Because I think our entire economy requires there to be war. Whether we're in it or other people are in it, our entire economy, like the United States, we are war profiteers. Like, it's a huge part of our economy. Okay? Like, that is like 20% of our economy or something. And so, like, dude, what do we do? You know what I mean? Like, what do we do if we stop war, guys? Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, if we stop war, like, do we become fucking Russia? Right? Or do we go broke? If we stop war, will we become like, will right? I mean, if the war in the world stops, will we be piss poor? I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, dude, it's fucked up. But I don't know. I don't have an answer, guys. But I am down for taking that military money and fucking spending it on school lunches. You know what I'm saying? I am totally down for like that. But I also, though, I guess I am also like, I'm not exactly sure that, like, I feel like ending the money to Israel, like, there are some people in America that feel like it's the starting point, you know? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, you guys, I know you guys watch the content creators. Like, when I think of somebody who is like really like pro-Palestinian and wanting to stop the funding, I think of Hassan. I think of like 𝗏𝗡𝗏. I think of, you know, fucking, you know, Francesca, right? I think of Sam Cedar, okay? I think of them as like the core leftists that are like, fuck, no more funding to Israel, right? Let's cut it all off. But my question is if we stopped funding Israel, like, what do you think Hassan would want from us next? Okay? Because Hassan, this is very dear to his heart. His family's from Turkey. There's like, you know, Israel is eventually going to try to take Turkey too, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, but like, if we stop funding Israel, like, what would our next step be as America? To just let whatever happens happen over there and we just turn a blind eye? And like, or what would, you know what I'm saying? Like what would we need to do next? You know, because if we stop funding Israel, we got $20 billion, but like we still have fucking, like, that's not going to pay any of our bills, right? We're $30 trillion in debt, you know? Who cares? Just end the funding and our tax dollars going to a genocide? Right. But then though, DJ, so after we end the funding and end our tax dollars going to a genocide, then they can continue genociding without us like funding it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do we do about the genociding afterwards? Do we just make it like Africa where we let it happen and we stop being concerned because we're not paying for it? You know? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what comes next. Right? I don't know what comes next. That is what's confusing to me, is what is after that. And I'm not, because I agree we need to stop funding Israel, but then I wonder, well, what do we do after that? Like, what is next over there? Do we negotiate with them? Are we going to lead the negotiations? Or, you know what I'm saying? For me to think the United States is the only one, I don't think the United States is the only one that can fix Israel. I don't think that at all. I just don't think that when we stop funding that, I don't know that there's going to be a lot of peace there. And I don't know what we do. Like, that's not going to rebuild Gaza. If we stop funding Israel, like, what's going to happen to Gaza? What's going to happen to the Gaza people? Like, when we stop funding Israel? I mean, is Israel then going to, like, are they going to give Palestinians freedom when we stop funding them? Are they going to look for other funding? You know, like, is Israel just going to stop warring when we take away their money? I mean, we've done sanctions on countries and shit. And, you know, we did sanctions on Russia and they're still warring. And like, you know what I'm saying? But what do we do after that? We just, you know, because we are dependent on some of that oil, the whole world is. Like, wouldn't we have to negotiate some type of peace? Or would we just stop funding them and then leave the people in Gaza sitting in tents? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing, guys. And this is, hear me out. I'm thinking about long-term solutions. When we stop funding Israel, fuck you, Israel, no more money for you. There's still going to be like 2 million Palestinians living in tents on a bombed out Gaza. What happens to those fucking Palestinians? We just leave them there? Like, that's it? No more funding of Israel? Good luck, guys. Fucking bootstrap. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? So then, really, this was never about, like, helping them at all? We just leave them sit in tents and be like, all right, yeah, sorry, we paid for you to be bombed out. Now we're taking our money back, and good luck to you guys. You'll figure it out, right? You know, is that what we're going to do? But do you think, like, the Palestinian people in America are going to be okay with us if we just, like, take away Israel's money and then just leave all that devastation? Do you think all the Palestinian Americans would be like, okay, we're done? Or do you think they're going to want us to, like, repair Gaza or figure out how there can be peace? Or, like, you know, do we have a duty to fucking like help them afterwards? Or do we just let them fry? You know, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a realistic question there, because I think cutting off Israel's money isn't the end. That's the beginning of a whole nother chapter of, like, you know, like, I don't know what's going to happen after that. I don't know if Israel's all of a sudden going to become nice, or if they're going to look for other funding, or if some other power that be is going to uprise there and try to, like, you know, the same way that America First is trying to co-opt the MAGA party Is there some other political force that's going to rise up in the Middle East now that Israel's no longer funded and trying to establish itself? And will that rise of whatever it is, do we have to contend with that? Is there going to be payback to us for having funded Israel for 70 years? Or will they be happy with us? Or will everybody just wipe Israel off the map because they're all pissed about the 70 years? Or like, will we help the Palestinians get their land back? I mean, who's going to rebuild Gaza, right? You know, I mean, that's a legitimate question. If we, like, what's going to happen to Gaza? It's like gone, dude. It's like gone. It's like, it is fucking like a rubble, you know? I'm having a meltdown? No, I'm asking legitimate questions, Canal. My question is why aren't you asking these questions? Why do you think that just once we stop funding Israel that this whole thing is fixed? It's not. It's not. It's just then a whole other, well, what do we do after that? That after we stop funding Israel, then what do? We literally just leave the Palestinians and say we're out now? We paid for you guys to get destroyed, but we did cut off the funds. Good luck. Or do we go rebuild it? You know? I mean, you know what I mean? Dude, I just think, dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. I think the problem is, guys, the problem for me is like, I believe that once we stop funding Israel, I believe that there is another ask coming. And I don't know what that ask is, right? But I don't think if I was a Palestinian American, guys, and we stopped funding Israel, I would still want America to help my Palestinian family and friends that are living in fucking tents over there. I wouldn't simply think once the bombs stop that, like, I don't know. I don't think I would want to just leave them there in the fucking, you know, in the rubble. You know what I mean? So like, there's like, it would seem that we would need to spend some billions of dollars like rebuilding that place. Cause I don't think who else is going to rebuild it? You know, I don't know, dude. I don't know. To me, those are questions, but the thing is though, is like what I've not heard a lot about is like what I've not heard a lot about is what we do afterwards, after we stop funding Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I don't like, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, so, you know what I mean? Radical right thinks you're a commie. Dude, all right. You know? So I don't know. And I mean, eventually we're going to stop funding them, but I don't, you know, yeah. Well, I know the dude, the US wants that oil though, right? So I don't know, guys. We'll see. But I though, guys, I guess the issue that I have, okay, is that I feel, and maybe I'm wrong about this, okay, but I feel like the same way there is a part of the fucking, you know, right wing that thinks once they get rid of immigrants, all of America is going to be better. I think there are some people in America in the left wing and the right wing that think once we stop funding Israel, all of America is going to get better. And dude, we do need to stop funding Israel. We absolutely do. But I don't think it's going to get better after that happens. I think after we stop funding Israel, we are going to then get introduced with a whole host of other issues on the global stage. And I don't know what they are, but I do know that like, it's not going to just disappear. You know what I'm saying? I mean, guys, we passed the Civil Rights Act in 1964. Okay. And we're still fighting about like civil rights in America. Okay. We are still warring. There is still occasionally there's a lynching. The cops are still shooting unarmed black people. There's segregation and brutal racism in the South. And they're now trying to overturn the Voting Rights Act to take away black voting districts. And so like, there's no way that like whatever's been going on in Israel where they're fighting each other for 70 years, that is not going to disappear after we take the money away. Okay. It is not. It is going to continue. And then the thing is when it continues, what I want to know is what is our role after that? Okay. After we stop funding Israel, what is our role after that? And I don't think we've ever really had that discussion. Okay, is like we need to stop funding, but we do have to start. I think we should be having the discussion of what our role is afterwards, like before we stop the funding, guys. You know, the same way that Donald Trump should have thought about the Strait of Hormuz before he dropped that first bomb. Okay, we should be having the discussion of what comes after the defunding of Israel right now. Like, what are we going to do? Trump's board of peace, $10 billion to rebuild the Riviera resort in Gaza, forcing Palestinians out. Either way, they lose. Gen Xer, you know what I mean? Like, shouldn't we be having that discussion too? Like, okay, because we are getting to the point of where I think the funding is going to stop. But like, what do we do then? You know what I mean? And like, nobody's really talking about that. Dude, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Dude, like, because we're going to stop the funding, but there's still going to be like a mostly genocided people in the middle, you know, in the middle of some rubble. Cut the funding to Israel, let them be like Rhodesia and South Africa. Yeah, but here's the problem though, Canal. You ready? So here's the problem. The problem is like Rhodesia, like the fighting that happens in Iran and Iraq and Israel and Jordan and Syria and Saudi Arabia and the other like, you know, UAE, the fighting that happens there affects the global economy in a profound way. Okay? And so that is like when we stop funding Israel, whatever they do there with us no longer funding is going to affect the whole world still. And without us having Israel like working for us, we're going to have much less of a say as to what goes on. And so it could be that something much worse for the world takes its place. And then we may have to like fight that thing. I mean, I don't know. It could be like perfect. Maybe everything just gets better and like the whole world is better. And we do that one thing and everything is just peaches. But I mean, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we're going to find out though, aren't we? Like, because I think eventually we're going to stop funding this, you know? Yeah. No, I know. Like, I mean, it does look like, yeah, we're going to cut off Israel and then we're going to take Venezuela and we're going to take Cuba and we're going to take Greenland right? We're gonna go to war here, right? But I don't know, guys. I feel like simply stopping the funding, I feel like that maybe shouldn't be our end, though, guys. I don't think we can stop funding Israel and then not do something to help the Palestinian people, too. I really don't think that, like, for us to pay for them to be destroyed and leave them in the rubble. And then, like, I think if we stop funding Israel, we have to take that $20 billion a year and we have to, like, rebuild their fucking shit, dude. We got to do something, you know? You know what I'm saying? We can't just, like, leave them in fucking tents, can we? After we paid for them to get destroyed? I mean, is that, like, I feel like karmically, I'm not sure that's the play, dude. You know, that feels a lot like ending slavery and no reparations. And look at where we are in America after that. We're like nowhere. We have, you know, most black people have no generational wealth. And there's a huge, like, still lingering racism and fucking still, like, remnants of redlining. And so, like, I don't know, you know, it's like, fuck, bro. You know? I don't know. But anyway, thank you guys. I gotta dance. I gotta go somehow make some videos. Dude, this is 240 milligrams. And you know, guys, I do appreciate the conversation here. Okay? I do appreciate the conversation. And so, like, I think though, we, you know, I think, like, fuck, bro. I'm worried. I'm worried about our future because we're gonna be 40 trillion in debt, and us saving 20 billion a year to Israel is like, you know, like, I don't know, dude. It's like, that's not really gonna fix any of our fucking problems, right? I mean, it's gonna disentangle us from their problems, but it's not gonna fix our fucking problems. And, like, you know, and so I don't know, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I know. The war in Afghanistan and Iraq, 20 years, it did nothing. You know what it did, Talia? You know what it did? I'll be honest. The war in Iraq and Afghanistan, you know what it did? If you own defense stocks, you're a fucking millionaire. That's what it did, okay? It propped up the U.S. stock market through war and through, like, rebuilding and through, you know, providing munitions, okay? That's really all it did. It didn't do anything. It loaded the U.S. with debt while people that own defense stocks made a fucking killing. It did what they did to Red Lobster, okay? That's essentially what we did. We went over into Afghanistan and we went over into Iraq, and everybody that was connected to the military-industrial complex made billions, and they have all this money in the stock market, and they saddled the U.S. with the debt. They just did the same shit that they do in every capitalist country. Like, the U.S. right now is like Red Lobster, bro. They're right? Dude, it's true. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, dude. 𝗙cie, let's go. Dude, I know I'm still on. I gotta go, though. I gotta go, dude. Thank you, boss. Let's go, baby. I don't know, dude. I just want some goddamn answers, bro. I want some fucking answers, dude. Asset stripping, yes. Dude, we have been asset stripped. All right, you ready for dance? Dude, let's go. Dude, I know, dude. Dude, I mean, bro. All right, we're getting in, dude. Thank you, though, for the stimulating conversation. The longest punk stream ever? No. I mean, this may be the longest political stream, but my longest stream ever was a gaming stream, and it was 36 hours. Okay? So just FYI, guys. My personal longest stream was 36 hours. Fucking straight through, baby. Dude, Felicia, let's go! I know, that's crazy. Dude, when I was playing GTA RP, I used to stream 16 hours a day, dude. It was nuts. All right. All right, you guys ready? Dude, we covered a lot of crazy ground, boss. All right. Let's go. Dude, you ready? We're gonna dance. Dude, we need some dance, baby. Oh. Oh. We need some fucking dance, boss. I have no idea what videos I'm gonna make tomorrow. I'm serious. Like, we did not, we didn't exactly cover all the topics I wanted to cover. You know, because we did go on this parallel, but guys, maybe we just need to talk about this shit. Okay. I had a crazy massage today, a lot of core work. And so, like, you know, I mean, we do have to figure out what we're going to do, man. You know what I'm saying? This is not going to be an easy fix, boss. Dude, Cenk and Anna can fucking bite it. All right, you ready, though? Let's go. Let's get a little fucking deja vu, bro. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh! Sidetrack. I love it, dude. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. Dude, Fatura, thank you. Good job. Appreciate you, boss. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
They have a lot to say, but I don't know. illusion that I will make it out somehow. Chaos ensues. All I can say is this, guys. MAGA got their asses kicked. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Good night. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you